can hear you.
Okay, this is good. Ariana. Ariana is here. Katrine, do you hear us?
I can hear you, yes.
Okay. Ariana, can I hear you?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. Okay. We will be a little bit late, so don't worry. Probably a little bit late, so we stay in touch. Okay.
Okay.
Bye.
Okay, see you.
Bye.
proba. Dobar dan i dobrodošli na treći dan nedelje privatnosti. Juče smo razgovarali o ulozi parlamenta u zaštiti podataka o ličnosti u zakonodavnim procesima, zatim u drugom panelu o zaštiti ličnih podataka u oblasti konkurencije prilikom spajanja i preuzimanja privrednih subjekata. Danas konferenciju otvaramo važnom temom. Razgovarat ćemo o zaštiti privatnosti u oblasti uspostavljanja i upotrebe elektronskih usluga. Ovaj panel organizovan je u saradnji sa kolegama iz regiona, Fondacijom Metamorphosis, organizacijom
from the region, Morphosis Foundation and Open Data Kosovo, with the support of the European Union. Also, I would like to thank our dear colleagues from the region who will be here with us on the panel and the representatives of personal data protection institutions from Montenegro and Albania who will take part in the next panel. Before our panelists take their places, Catherine Neiman-Metcalf, PhD senior legal expert for Estonia, will introduce the topic, and she will tell us how Estonia protected privacy in this field. And I'm giving the sign to our colleagues from the technical department to play our first speaker.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation and for the introduction. I hope you can hear me okay. Now, I had an echo, but I think maybe now it got better. Thank you. So yes, I here represent an organization which is called the Estonian e-Governance Academy, which is actually not an academic institution, but a think tank and consultancy that deals with presenting the Estonian e-governance model around the world and introducing it to interested people who come to visit Estonia. I'm also a professor of law at Tallinn University of Technology. So I want to share my screen with you, my presentation. I think that should be possible. Let me see. No, I seem not to have, yeah, okay, let's see now. I hope that you can now see my screen, and if not, then if somebody lets me know, but I assume that you can see the slides. Okay. So what I've been asked to talk about is in this panel on the privacy consideration, digitalization and public administration, to give some examples from Estonia. And I think most of you who are present there will know that Estonia is very leading in digital and e-governance, digital administration and e-governance. So first, a few general points before I come to exactly what the e-governance looks like in Estonia. And the very first point I want to make is something that I know sometimes surprises people, that there should not be too many specialized laws. So when starting with e-governance, I'm sorry, I will make a little, I have a very big echo. Is this, can somebody let me know if the rest of the people can hear okay? Is the echo just for me? I don't hear anybody telling me anything, so I'll just have to carry on then. And I hope you can hear me better than I hear myself. So,
Hi, we hear you clearly, just to know.
oh, okay, thank you very much. Okay, then I'll just have to survive this echo myself. So there should not be too many specialized laws. And this is not just because it's not necessary, but there is actually a danger in creating too many specialized laws on digital things. The reason for that is that there is a risk of creating parallel systems. What I mean by that is that we have laws on different things, different administrative decisions or whatever it is. Most of those laws actually can function also in a digital administration. Because the issues that are changing are related to only specific aspects, primarily how you identify yourself, which I'm not going to talk much about, but I'll come back to it a little bit. Other legal questions or practical questions about who should get a license for something, for instance, those laws that exist on that can function also when the process for applying and the actual perhaps result of that application, the actual license you get is in a different format, doesn't mean that the whole legal situation has changed. So the key legal work related to digitalization of public administration is actually analysis, to try to find out what it is that may need change. Is there anything that looks very different? Are there any, say, form requirements in legislation that don't fit? Simple things, for instance, saying that you should sign with a blue pen or you should deliver the decisions on gray paper. Language that clearly presupposes a physical form may need adjustment. Maybe not, maybe it can just be through interpretation. but at least one needs to sort of look for that. So not fall for a temptation, which I've seen in very many countries. I've worked in lots of countries, these issues. I've seen this temptation to immediately go ahead and make new laws. And often it's not needed, and it's actually not a good idea. So another thing that does need attention, that's organizational issues. What I mean by that is, again, not complicated lawmaking, but it needs to be clear who is responsible for those aspects that are new. And we're specifically speaking about data protection, so I'm not now going to say much about data protection authority, and so we may come back to that later. But I'm now mainly thinking of those who are responsible for making the digital administration work. Laws should generally be, if possible, technology neutral, not mention specific technologies, which is another reason why it's not good to make too many specialized laws. This is perhaps not 100% possible. Sometimes one needs to mention a bit of what type of technology is used, but it shouldn't be too specific. And the legal issues that concern things that actually are different or new issues be horizontal, meaning that they apply actually to different areas of public administration in the same way. And this is digital identity, how you identify yourself, and data protection. So it's again a reason why we don't need to have lots of specialized laws, because, and I'm sure you all know this, that the more modern approach to data protection, for instance, is that there is one law which covers everything, like the whole administration. Earlier, it was quite common to have a law for, say, banking, and maybe another one for health, and so now we know that it's better to deal with the question, the data protection, and not in the different sectors. So this is a little introduction, and then I want to show you a bit what the Estonian e-governance public administration, digital public administration looks like. So you see an image here which illustrates what is our interoperability system. This is something that we call the X-Road. So now we may have called it X-Cloud, because where you now see this cloud internet network, it used to be illustrated as a road. This is just an image. The point of it is just to show that you should not create a gigantic centralized database. But interoperability is a question of connecting databases in the public sector. Also, if you can see some light blue boxes in the corner mentioning, for instance, banks and telecom, these are private bodies that can also link with the same system. The system is a technical system, and this is the way that you create through technology, which I'm not going into detail with here, but the possibility for different databases to communicate, basically. There needs to be certain rules so that the electronic databases can basically talk to one another. So. But what is very important also in this image is that you see that every one of these boxes, in reality, of course, there are many more that illustrate databases. The security servers are linked to each of these databases. So it's not all in one place, but everywhere where there is a database is also responsible for its security. The responsibility for databases, the responsibility for collecting the data, deciding how you collect it, what should be in the database, this remains with the authority that is responsible for that question. Yet another reason why we may not need so much specialized law, because the questions and the responsibilities stay where they have been before this became interoperable and digital. How can you then access this, and what does it mean in practice to have interoperability? What it means in practice is that you can, from your workstation, so from your computer on your desk, you can access all those databases that you need for your work without asking the other authority. So if I work in an institution that needs access to data that is held by another institution, I don't ask them to send that to me or to respond by telephone or anything. I can directly enter into that database. This saves a lot of time, and of course most, like I think 95 or maybe 98% even of such requests are actually not made by humans, but they are automatic, that computers within the public administration system update the different databases automatically. So there are automatic requests from one institution to another going on all the time, so that everybody who needs certain information always has that most updated information. This may now seem, as we're talking about data protection, as a big risk for data protection. And indeed, theoretically and technically, you could give a lot of access to data through such a system. And that is why it's so important to keep the questions of who has the actual access and who could have access separate. So the technical possibility of access is not the same as actually providing that access. But you have to get the right to have access. You have to show that you have a legal basis for having access to certain data. So the organization that feels it would need to see the data that's held somewhere else will have to show its legal basis for that, and also explain the actual need. What are they going to use that data for? And the access to data is very specific. It's not given to institutions, it's given to individuals. And then I come to how you get into the system, how you can actually see something. And on this image as well, you can see a black box where it says EID. And this means that you need to identify yourself with your electronic identity in order to see anything in the system. So the system has to know who is the person, and not just from which organization I come. Because the right to access certain data is given to the individual, and without the system knowing who the person is, you cannot see anything in this system. And I will go to the next slide, but you can keep in mind this image still. So what's the benefit of this? And I'll come back a bit to how it works to get this access and so as well. But one of the benefits is, of course, this, that citizens never need to give the same information more than once. So the principle that the EU, for instance, is promoting, and also in other places, the so-called once only principle, that you only give information, that actually really works for us thanks to this system. It's illegal, according to the law on public information, to have duplicated databases. So you are not allowed to create a database with data that already exists elsewhere in the public sector. Then you have to use that database, which means that we don't have these situations that there is a different address for the same person, for instance, or that when you change your address, not everybody finds it out. So that cannot happen because everybody uses the same database for addresses, for example. To be able to have such a system, it's necessary to know what databases exist. So there has to be a transparent catalog of databases. This is just a list of them online, so you can always see which type of data already exists somewhere. The process then, if you work somewhere, let's say in a municipality, you want to develop a new service that needs certain data, what you do then is that you first of all make sure you have the legal right to such data. Then you contact that authority which already has that database, which you know thanks to this catalog. You've seen that the Ministry of Transport, for instance, has certain data that would be useful for you. So you contact them, explain that you would need access to this data, and if it's accepted by those who are responsible for the database, that ministry, they will allow you to have access, and you will specify this in a contract, in an agreement. So a very simple legal tool. There are model agreements, but you can just write it yourself as well, where you have to then specify who exactly has the right to access this data. And of course, it's a bit impractical to put names because people may change their jobs, so you usually put positions. But within the authority, it has to be possible to see who exactly these individuals are, so who are in these positions. Because one of the big benefits from data protection viewpoint of this system is that you can always see exactly who has accessed data. Personal data or other data that is not publicly available. So also, say, business secrets or other types of data. And this leaves, we can say, a footprint. So if I, as a regular citizen, want to know who has accessed my data, it's very easy, very transparent. I just open pages, because another benefit, I should mention this also, another benefit of this for citizens is that we can see in one place all the different data that exists on us in the public sector. And I can also see there, if I open these pages with my digital identity, very easy, one web address, I can see which authority accessed my data when. I have the right to ask them why, and they have to explain to me. I can only see which authority, but within the authority, they can also see which individual. So they can then directly approach that person and say, so why did you look at Catherine's data today? What was the purpose, and was this proportional to the purpose? So the principles of data protection that I'm sure most of you know from the GDPR and elsewhere, of having a purpose for accessing data and doing it proportionally, they can be easily checked. So because the person knows and I'm now talking of individuals who have the right to use data in their work, but they know that they can any moment be asked to explain this. I think I'm going to stop in a minute so we can also have some time for discussion, but just a couple of more points I want to underline. Again, this which I also have on the slide as well, that the questions of who can actually access data and under what conditions, and the question of its practical possibility of doing it thanks to the technical system, they have to be thought of as separate questions, so that you know that, okay, we have the technology for this vast data access, but only then do we sort of open the door. So you can see this X-road system, and let me go back to that image. You can think of it as a big building, but when you enter into this building, all the doors are locked, and you need keys to open any doors. So to actually see any data, you need to identify yourself, and you need to have this agreement between the authority that has the data and that needs it. And so the final thing I wanted to say was just because I mentioned to you that also private bodies can join this system. And that's also a big advantage, because that means that, for instance, address change, I don't need to tell the bank and the telecom company or whoever they are. But it's important that, as again, I'm sure most of you know, for data use in the private sector, the legal basis is often different than in the public sector. And basically the legal basis is consent. So that doesn't change because of this interoperability. You still need to have given consent to the data use. But if you give your consent, instead of you then providing the data to this private body, then they can access it directly through this system. I will stop there with my presentation, and I'm here also for the panel and the discussion. So, so thank you very much for your attention for the moment.
Thank you, Katrin, for everything. We will probably have more questions for you during this panel, and now I will switch for a moment to Serbian. So, hvala svima.
I would like to thank you all for being with us today. In the meantime, our panelists took their seats behind me. And before I give the floor to the moderator, I would like to recall that during this panel, just as during any other panel, you can ask questions in the comments section on our YouTube account, where you can follow our panel live. That's all from me, and I give
Digital advisor at the UNDP country office Serbia, and let's use now this opportunity that we have Katrin with us still to ask her a few questions. I'll start with two questions for Katrin. The situation that you described is how the whole system is structured, but have there been any threats against the system, any hacker attacks, any notable breaches? So that is the first question, and the second one is,
I lost the sound for this. I heard until you said the second question, and then we lost the sound. So if you can just repeat what was the second question.
about audits for the institutions connecting to the system.
we were without sound for a while, but I can respond to the first question, and then I heard, I think, the very tail end of the last one. So the first question about hacker attacks, I should also stress, I didn't now talk too much about the technical side. I'm also not a technical person, but of course the data is encrypted in this system, and it is encrypted so that if somebody manages to access some part of the system, they will only see a very small fraction of the information, basically nothing that's useful. It's like seeing one letter in a name or something. So it's very important to combine the system with good technical encryption, etc. Have there been attacks? Yes, very big attacks. One of the things Estonia is known for, I think, apart from the e-governance, is that we were the first country to be the victim of a concerted cyber attack from another country in 2007 from Russia. And since then, there have been many other cyber attacks. And quite interestingly, last year, there was a very big cyber attack again from Russia. This was, the interesting thing with this was it was said to have been an even more important attack than the one in 2007, which we noticed as a sort of ordinary people in Estonia. Last year's attack, the only way I know of it, for instance, also is because afterwards they told us about it in media. So basically, it had no effect on anything that you would notice. So I would say this it shows that the importance of sort of the cybersecurity aspect of any sort of digital system is really very important. It has to always be figured into when you create something like this. So against that, I could say that there are very good protections, but nothing is 100% secure. It may be easier to actually disrupt the system than to actually gain access to data, but some form of disruption. But for this kind of, let's say, lower level or more sort of, let's say, within the country hacker attacks, or say more private hacker attacks, not these big concerted ones actually supported by other states, there have been very few and no significant examples. I think because of this, how easy it is to actually see the data used. So what is happening in other countries, sometimes, you know, people out of laziness or even curiosity access data. In some countries, for instance, let's say when a celebrity goes to hospital, somebody will sell information to newspapers or so. That doesn't happen because of this, how you always have to identify yourself. So it's very easy to see which person has, in that case, done something wrong. So that, I think, guarantees against it. But it would be wrong to say that it's 100% secure against any attacks. I only heard the last words of the second question that you talked about audits, I think, yeah. Here, one thing is, so I didn't actually hear the exact questions, I'll just say a few words, but one thing is, again, this, that each authority is responsible for their database, for keeping it in order, and depending on what it is, what type of data, there will be different controls and checks. The Data Protection Inspectorate is involved in this process, and also in this process of actually giving the right to somebody to access data in another database. You know, if you have to show that you have a legal basis, if there is a question, how far this reaches, and so then the Data Protection Inspectorate can be involved to give comments on that. And then maybe not exactly audits, but it's also important, I mentioned at the very beginning, this organizational question, that there is an organization which is responsible for the technical functioning. they cannot access the data. They just see which databases are there. And they are responsible for that functioning and for checking when somebody wants to join the export, that they have a secure system and meet all these different requirements. And that is checked then regularly.
Okay, thank you. Is there someone from the audience or the panel who wants to ask Katrin a question? No? Okay, then. Thank you very much, Katrin, for this presentation. And we'll now continue with our session here. We have a great cross-section of people all around the region, including, I hope, one online participant. Do we have Ariana with us online? Yes? Okay, great. Just checking. So we have here with us people from both the civil society and the government sector. So Uroš Mišljenović from Partnership for Democratic Change in Serbia, which is not only organization hosting this event, but also organization involved in monitoring the rollout of digital agenda in Serbia. Vesna Radinovska from North Macedonia, from Metamorphosis Foundation, which is also one of the most prominent actors in Macedonian IT scene for many years. And we have Ariane online from Open Data Kosovo, and they're advocating for transparency and good governance and generally using data for good, but also are knowledgeable about how the things work locally. And we have two representatives from the government institutions, namely data protection commissioners. So from Albania and from Montenegro. And we will start with so the structure of this session is going to be I will start a round of questions and we'll discuss them, but then you will also be able to ask questions. So I hope that we'll have a great discussion. And I'd like to start with maybe Uroš. So to start with how basically the data protection legislation and institutional system works in Serbia. What are the key legislation pieces, the key institutions, and how it is set up?
Da, hvala. Ja ću se prebaciti na srpski i zato što...
Thank you. I will switch to Serbian because we also have interpretation, and it will be easier for the local public to follow. As for the main legal framework for the personal data protection, we talked a lot about that during the Privacy Week and on previous occasions. And for the purposes of the provision of e-services and more broadly in relation to digital agenda and these elements, at least in the public sector. And we have a very good constitutional arrangement for the personal data protection. We also have the personal data protection law, which is more or less translation of GDPR with some deviation and some departures from it when it comes to punishment, for example. As for the sector regulations, I don't want to dwell on that too much, and there are people who are more tactically equipped and have more expertise in that, but for the provision of e-services and for the operation, digital operation in the e-sector, we have the law on e-services. It essentially created a legal basis for public institutions to exchange data, and these administrative procedures can be carried out more efficiently. Of course, all those administrative procedures provided for by separate regulations. So this is the legal framework, and in my view, despite the fact that it needs to be further streamlined and improved, it's there, it's in place, and we are creating the whole infrastructure is being built. We have this single infrastructure for exchanging data, including personal data for provision of e-services and dealing with the cases. And I believe that we have good steps forward when it comes to the legal framework, but what we have been seeing for the last, let's say, 20 years is to see whether that is actually implemented in practice in the proper way, despite the fact that the exchange of data is going smoothly. But there are certain concerns for us, and we will talk about that during the panel, I suppose, is whether safeguards for the protection of data are built into all these processes in parallel with the aspiration of the apparatus and the Serbian government for the public sector to provide more efficient services. And for us it is important, and I will close my first intervention by that there is enthusiasm in favor of provision of high-quality e-services, and it should be followed by the same enthusiasm for building in security measures for cybersecurity, and particularly within IT systems, safeguards for protecting personal data, bearing in mind privacy is a fundamental human right.
Independent overseeing body, but we also have data security institutions like the National CERT. Yeah. Do you think that something is missing in the legal framework or the institutional setup?
Pa ovako, znači, dobro je, na primjer...
It's good. I like our solution in Serbia that the commissioner is independent. The entire region functions like that. In Estonia, this is a part of the Ministry of Justice. And I think because of the local context, it's good that it's outside the authorities in power. What we have to bear in mind is the control of implementation of regulations. According to some data which have been received in summer 2022, we have an inspectorate that is established on the basis of the law on information security, but this inspectorate consists of a single inspector, and if we bear in mind that we have 7 million, population of 7 million people, this is not good. And then the commissioner has its inspection service that has existed for some 15 years, and they supervise the treatment of personal data. But yes, we need greater resources, not only in institutions, to ensure greater safety of data and information, but also because you cannot control much when it comes to the implementation of the law on information security with a single inspector.
Hear us. I'd like to know how things work in Kosovo, legislation-wise, institution setup. Can you tell us something about that?
Yes. Hi, everyone. Happy Data Privacy Week, and also thank you for enabling us to participate online. As for the situation in Kosovo, I can tell that it is similar to the rest of the regional countries. Regarding the legislation part for the data privacy, there is the law on data protection. And data protection as a right, basic right, is also stated and protected as part of the constitution of the country. So basically, the law on data protection is in alignment with the GDPR. So pretty much regarding the provisions which relate to the e-government services, this is a very good question, I consider, because so far from our observations, we have not noted that there is a specific provision which will relate or regulate, in fact, how e-government services should regulate or protect the data of the citizens. However, this is implied overall through the legal framework, through the existing provisions which relate to the regulations regarding data privacy. The Agency of Information and Privacy in Kosovo is the responsible authority to inspect the implementation of data protection by the rest of the public and private institutions or entities. For quite a period of time until 2021, the agency has been in standby. So especially during the pandemic, the start of the pandemic, there has not been a direct inspection of how many data breaches have occurred per section. From 2021, the commissioner has their work continue to oversee the detection as a work of the sector, private as well.
Okay. Can you tell us about your impressions on the adequacy of all of this? Is there anything that you think is missing from the legal framework or from the institutional setup?
Well, from the organizational point of view, and say that the legal framework is in line with European standards and the rest of the legal framework. So honestly, there would not be something that is missing. What is missing actually is aligning the practices with what the law specifies, because there are a lot of data breaches in terms of data protection from many institutions, including the public ones. There have been many cases registered. On top of my head is the judiciary system, many trials when they are on the process. There is many publication of personal data of people who are in trial that are published. So I think the implementation part is lacking, and this is the biggest concern. And I would not say that the law should be improved or new things should be added to it, because we do consider that in paper, the law, the specifics are okay. I'm not a legal person per se. However, from what we have so far, also considering the law on access to public information, only the implementation part in these two legal frameworks is lacking.
Okay, thank you. Vesna, how do things stand in Macedonia?
Thank you, Slobodan. First of all, thank you for having me, and thank you for the invitation to be part of this Privacy Week. It's nice to be here in Belgrade. The right to privacy data protection is regulated in our constitution. We adopted our first personal data protection law back in 2005, and in 2020 we adopted a new personal data protection law. And the aim of the new law was not only to get harmonized with the European legislation, but also to respond to the new challenges that arise in the area, mainly from the increased usage of the IT technology when in our everyday lives. Our personal data protection law does not contain any specific requirements regarding the public e-services, but the state institutions, including the institutions that provide e-services, are recognized as personal data controllers. And as such, they have the responsibility to implement appropriate technical and organizational measures in order to ensure that the personal data of the citizens are being processed as in the manner they should be. Other than that, the institutions and all the controllers, according to the personal data protection law, are required to implement the principles of privacy by design and privacy by default. That means that privacy considerations and that the institutions have to undertake every measure that there is to ensure that there will be proper personal data protection in the moment when separate technology is created, not afterwards, but at the moment when the new e-services is introduced, etc. Other than that, we don't have any specific obligations for the state institutions, but these are applicable when delivering e-services.
And of course, there's a data protection commissioner.
We call it agency, yes, and its role is to ensure adequate implementation of the law.
And are you satisfied with it? I mean, you know, I'm asking you personally, maybe. I mean, do you see anything that should be perhaps improved?
I think what we lack is harmonization of all the laws with the personal data protection law. Even though we adopted the law almost 3 years from now, we still adopt new laws that are contrary to what personal data protection law says. And the whole system should be harmonized.
Yeah, of course.
And that's what we lack. I think that's the main problem.
Yeah. Okay. Agnieszka, how do things look in Albania?
Okay. First of all, hello to everyone here in the panel and in the hall. It's really a pleasure for me to be here. Thank you, Partner Serbia, for the invitation. Okay, I came here to represent the situation in Albania. I actually hold the position of sectorial investigation and personal data security by the Information and Data Protection Commissioner Office. The presentation, please, because I have made a PowerPoint presentation regarding the topics. Okay, the content of my presentation will consist in these main points. First of all, a short presentation of the Albanian legal framework for protection of personal data, Albania digital agenda and privacy consideration. Then I will talk about the problems brought about by digitalization in terms of privacy, and next I will talk about two main privacy incidents that had happened in Albania recently in the...
Can I ask you, just to cover the legal framework and the institutional setup, and then leave the others for the later part?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. 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 Actually, the situation of the legal framework. The next slide, please. The next slide, please. Okay, protection of personal data is obviously explicitly provided in the Albanian constitution, the Article 35. Obviously, we have even our domestic law on protection of personal data since 2008. Convention 108 of the Council of Europe on protection of individuals from automatic processing of personal data is already ratified in our country since 2004. And recently, the Republic of Albania has signed and ratified the amending protocol, the convention as well known, and the Convention 108 Plus. We really hope that the adoption of this convention will provide the highest global standards in the personal data protection field for the Albanian citizens. Regarding the new draft law on personal data, please, the other slide. It's important to say that the Commissioner Office, with the support of the Twinning Project experts, has drafted the new draft law on protection of personal data. That is a law fully aligned with the GDPR regulation and the directive of processing of personal data by law enforcement bodies, as called the policy directive, as well even 13 bylaws for the implementation of the law in the practice. The new draft law is expected to enter in force within the first 6 months of this year, very soon. We really hope that the alignment of the national regulatory framework with the GDPR and the policy directive significantly will improve the data protection regulatory framework in Albania and is expected to strengthen even the function of the Commissioner Office to better respond to the new challenges that digitalization brings day by day. And regarding the Albania digital agenda, the cross-sectorial strategy digital agenda 2050-2020, which has been approved by the Council of Ministers, played an important role in our country for the quality of services to citizens and business in the country. Actually, the process of digital transformation has long started in Albania, and all public and private actors are trying to change the minds of people regarding this inevitable form of communication with the public institutions. The digital revolution of services and public administration has started since 2014, in fact, and has changed the perception of citizens regarding the electronic communication with the public authority and state institutions. Today, we are around 95% of services offering this way, in digital way, but one of the goals, one of the challenges of the Albania digital agenda is to guarantee the privacy of citizens' data, because we already know that citizens are drawn by the idea to receiving digital services, but on the other hand, confidence and in the use of personal data must be strengthened since this progressive increase of electronic services is bringing day-by-day problems. Okay, regarding the data bridges, I will talk
please,
next
please.
if you... Okay.
Please hold the data bridges for the later part.
Okay.
I mean, there's obviously a data protection commissioner, of course, in Albania. I mean, you work there. And I want to ask you about, the adequacy of the legal framework, because you're obviously working on the amendments. So I mean, everything that's...
We are working on the amendment, and we hope within the first 6 months it will be entering force. It's not the problem about the legal basis. The problem that we think it will bring the new law is about implementation, obviously.
Yeah. Because Uroš, Ariana, and Vesna come from civil society, it's obviously that civil society in Serbia, Kosovo, and Macedonia are involved and interested in this area. How things stand in Albania? Is there an active civil society interest in these things?
Okay, with my information, the draft law has been consulted even with the civil society, but now that phase is past already, because even they gave their opinion as the information I have for yes, but the civil society is always active regarding this important topic, this human right.
So do you feel that they are helping you or just criticizing you as an institution?
Aldo is in front of me. Yes, they are happening the both, even criticizing, but critics always helps us to better respond to the problems that this topic, the digitalization bring regarding the privacy, because already we are conscious about the situation and the problems that digitalization has bring nowadays.
Yeah, of course, thank you. Željko?
Hvala.
Something about nešto o pravu.
Something about the legal and institutional framework in Montenegro regarding personal data protection. Good morning. Thank you, dear colleague Slobodan, dear colleagues, dear representatives of the media. Dear colleague, if you allow me, before talking about the things that you asked me about, I would like to say a few words about some general characteristics of how we treat this topic. It is really a pleasure to be at a panel such as this one, especially because we are cooperating with organizations that strengthen the awareness about the importance of this issue. I assume that your local activities, as far as I know, are not focused only on the international activities of this type, but represent a continuum which actually is a basis for informing people about the importance of this issue. And when it comes to that, allow me to share my personal view about this as a new paradigm of this in the society. I like to say that we the panelists who are present today share some common characteristics of the area that we come from. What I want to say is that our societies, which are in permanent continuous transition, are facing, and not only us, the entire world is facing the new paradigm of the changing society as a result of digital transformation. And this is implemented through our legal legislation and the application of the highest international standards. But I like to say publicly that these issues are mostly the issues that pertain to civilization, ethical issues, mentality issues, as the prerequisites for the legal framework and the harmonization of the local legislation with the international acquis. There are numerous factors, and I'm speaking from the aspect of Montenegro, that affect the implementation of the legal framework. Let's say, a bit jokingly, that we come from societies which traditionally like to peep through keyholes and violate other people's privacies. Not only in the context of personal data, as the theoreticians like to say, as the oil of the 21st century and an important security resource. By saying this, I want to stimulate public dialogue in the region regarding the topic that we need a powerful dialogue that will not only be relying on international standards, but which will define privacy protection, personal data, and the ways to protect those data from personal to collective. As a society, I think that we're facing many challenges. You know that we started our accession talks in 2012, and Montenegro, and I completely agree with the introductory words of distinguished colleague Mišljenović. Montenegro, in its negotiating process, protects international law in this field. Although I have to say that we still have not implemented the GDPR, and this is an issue that awaits us soon. In addition to the legal framework, we also have a good institutional framework protecting personal data protection since 2010, and also free access to information.
Dear colleagues, not to burden you unnecessarily, in this intervention I want to say about the adopted strategy and digital transformation of our society in 2021 with reference points and the supervisory role of the agency in sectoral policies, the law on mail services covering many obliged entities, a large number of regulations in IT field and in other fields, and in this stage of the negotiating process it has its own ambition and a generally solid framework together with the sectoral policies that are being developed. And I will conclude my intervention now. Open issues that we are facing is permanent education, staffing capacity, staffing levels, institutional and financial stability as preconditions for political and other stability. So in that spirit of the agency, and I'm the president of the council of the agency as of late, but I have my previous life, and I worked with credible partners for advocating this issue and implementation of this right, and we can see that in domestic local public and in the region. And later during the panel I will say more. I have prepared some case studies that show the breaches of that framework, the position and the role of the agency, and this is more or less related to the proximity of the worlds that we are coming from. And these are basically the same frameworks in which we generate our policies. And the challenge for us is to implement the regulation as soon as possible and to get the proper capacity. And at the end of the day, I would urge for this issue to be treated as a cultural phenomenon, as a democratic and civilization step forward, where we will see privacy and personal data through a new framework. And I will provide some data later, how it stands from the standpoint of public administration. If we have low levels of public awareness among civil servants, to put it that way, then the question is what we have among the general population. So these are very relevant issues. Are you happy? Do you see that something is lacking in this legal framework? Well, as I said, the implementation of GDPR together with other laws that should be put in place, but right now we are lacking this regulation. We feel that as new chances and new challenges and new space for action. And I don't want to take you into the details, but the context, you know the context, you know the political circumstances, and you know how it affects also these issues. And that challenge includes strengthening our staffing capacities, and we have challenges also in staffing policies. And what is important for the management and for the council of the agency is to widen this space for debate in the public and stress the importance of awareness raising among civil servants that are addressing issues in this field. We have this deficiency in terms of some administrative slowness, so to put it, and a lack of treatment of this as a fundamental human right. And we need a strong impetus there in digital literacy, in media literacy. In the 21st century, it is going beyond analog formats. You mentioned the awareness among civil servants and in the public administration. And how about civil society? How about the media? What are the experiences in Montenegro about the awareness in these segments and sectors? Are there entities in the civil sector that are dealing with topics, are interested in topics? Just to say about the strategy of digital transformation, the key challenges and problems and findings in this field. And as a follow-up on your question, I will add low level of information in employees of the public administration. It is a really disappointing result. According to the survey for the into training needs in 2021 for public administration and civil servants, the finding was that the civil servants are least knowledgeable about cybersecurity. For example, identity theft, only 9.3% heard about that in the public administration. 47.2% heard about this field, the general field, but they're not sure what it includes. So Montenegro is developing a strong, credible society which is specializing in certain fields. So in this field as well, we have partners that advocate and win recognition for this context of human rights, and they are always participating in different activities, including the drafting of laws. We know that there are no ideal arrangements, no ideal implementation. These are living processes, dynamic processes, asking for permanent streamlining, but we are not isolated islands in that. We need partnership between public and civil sectors, and we need to strengthen the awareness within the commercial sector. I have sensed as of late that there are strong impulses there, and that they are asking for information on how to protect human rights when it comes to personal data and collected data, how to win recognition for the protection privacy and personal data?
First round of questions that the situation is, I would say, rather good. I mean, we have a basic legal framework which is pretty much aligned with European legislation, and we have the basic institutional setup with the commissioners in every country of the region, and we also have active civil society and media organizations who are dealing with this issue. So I would say this is a solid grounds for moving forward. And I'm glad that this is the situation. I mean, it hasn't been always like that, so we have progressed. But on to a practical implementation part. And this is where I want to start with the regulators, actually, because, I mean, you can maybe give the best assessment of whether the privacy concerns and these things like privacy by design and abiding by the existing legislation is in terms, for instance, of doing privacy impact assessments and securing information systems and things like that. Is this really taken seriously into account when developing digital services in Albania, for instance?
Okay, regarding this topic, I will talk about now the legislative reform in the framework of the digitalization process and the role that our authority, the Data Protection Authority, had. Albania is currently, for example, in the phase of drafting the new law on electronic government. So this process has started, but this draft law has not been yet fully completed and is being consulted with the relevant authorities as normal. This draft law has also passed for evaluation even by our authority, the Commissioner Office, as it is within our competence to give legal opinion regarding regarding all draft legal acts that are related to personal data. The Commissioner Office has prepared, to be sincere, a very voluminous legal opinion regarding this draft law and regarding the aspect that this draft law contradicts with the legislation on personal data. Our suggestion for the improvement of this draft law have been made, taking into consideration the provision of the legislation of the protection of personal data and even the new draft law that will come soon. Our recommendation were, first, the interaction between databases should be clearly based on concrete legal provisions. Why I'm saying this? Because in some of our investigation that the Commissioner Office has done, we have found in many cases that public authorities make simple agreements to exchange data without having a concrete legal provisions. Sufficiency of data exchanged between authorities which are relevant to the purpose of their processing and not excessive in relation to such purpose. This recommendation was made because even in many cases we have found that the amount of data needed for the purpose was absolutely exceeded. Clear provisions of administrative and legal responsibilities for taking measures to guarantee the security of personal data. Even this recommendation has been made because the e-government authority excluded itself from the responsibility to protect the personal data because they say we are responsible only for the hardware and software infrastructure. Even this happened. But this is related to the data breaches that I will talk later. And another suggestion that we have made is alternative option for providing service to citizens. This recommendation was made by the Commissioner Office because, of course, we promote digitalization of service and should be promoted by all, but providing all government services only in the electronic form for us is considered indirectly a limitation of right of access. So even this was another suggestion.
But in designing these services, what is your feeling and your experience? I mean, do they really take privacy seriously in a sense that, for instance, they conduct privacy impact assessments, for instance?
They are doing some steps on this, and even the new strategy, one of the goals of the Albania Digital Agenda was to reach the privacy aspects that the legal framework make recommendation, but we have still problems on implementation, and we have still problems in while the institution interact with each other, and the problems are mainly focused on the technical organizational technical measures that each institution should take to be according to the law of the data protection.
Do you perform as an institution like regular audits, or do you check how the development of e-services functions?
Yes, we make, obviously, is one of our competencies to make inspections and to make a general regulation even from each sector, for example, public sector, bank sector. So it's a usual work for us to investigate the main problems to the main sectors that are not doing their best regarding personal data.
And what is the most common problems that you see in practice? Is it lack of awareness of the legal requirements, or lack of capacity on behalf of institutions, or technical problems? What do you see?
I can say they are, in fact, not one of the main. One of the main problems that I should say is untrained staff. People working on these institutions, on controllers, even in the public and the private sector, are not aware of the importance of taking a real measure and taking in consideration this legislation. They access personal data every day, they process personal data every day, and without taking attention to what they are doing. And I'm saying that because this was one of the reasons that we have found as a problem while the data breaches had happened in Albania. People really are not informed and trained in regular basis by the controllers for their for all the legislation, what should they do on their daily processes.
And what is your strategy for like dealing with these issues? Is your strategy like you're gonna enforce the law and prosecute this and punish people, or you mostly err to the side of educating them and ensuring that even if some mistakes were made, that the things are corrected before punishing?
Exactly. Our strategy is not to punish them. Obviously, when something is repetitive, the punishment will come. But our strategy actually is to make more trainings, because even as I said before, we are even in the phase that we are implementing the new draft law, and the Commissioner Office has a voluminous work to do with the training. And the training will be for specific topics, the role of the data protection officer, the responsibility that comes with the new draft law, with the new law for each controller. So awareness is our new strategic, and not the punishment, absolutely not.
Thank you. Željko, kako je u Crnoj Gori što se tiče
Željko, what's it like in Montenegro when it comes to in the implementation of these regulations in the development of e-government services? When a new portal is being put in place or a new service, do institutions seriously take into account data protection regulations when they develop these portals or services? So do they prepare privacy impact assessments? Do they publish information about that? Do they inform the citizens about how they process personal data and so on and so forth?
And have you, as an agency, conducted some supervision in that respect? Thank you, dear colleague. This is a continuation, more or less, of the things that the colleague was talking about. We are noticing a trend of public responsibility and accountability among civil servants. Of course, this is not enough. It is far from what the public would want. There are different control mechanisms, strong civil sector, individual awareness on the importance of privacy of personal data, and of course the supervisory role and mechanisms applied by the agency. And in that context, when we're talking about legal regulations regulating this issue in the field of e-administration, 610 employees in the public administration do not know about this. Only 6% is aware of that, partly, and 33 of them said that they knew something about it. So this is a survey that was conducted. Our staffing capacity might be too large compared to the knowledge that they have. The large number of civil servants does not correspond to what they know. We have a large database, but when it comes to the full implementation of the law, full protection and the balance of capacity and value between privacy and the public good, this creates a vacuum. I think that the strengthening of permanent education and professionalism, and therefore the accountability, actually brings about a new chance that would prevent any challenges. Have you conducted an audit or inspection of personal data protection? Yes, similarly to my colleague, depending to the situation and needs in the sectoral policies, using the mechanisms of the agency and observing the spheres actually that affect citizens. This is something that is conducted regularly. Especially in the years that are behind us, the years of pandemic and the hyper development of technology as a digression, which is much faster compared to the legislation. And I think that these are the challenges not only of this society and the Balkans, but also of the global community that will have to keep up with this, because the commercial sphere will strip us of our privacy, and therefore we need to have some legal mechanisms in place, both locally and globally. We heard that in Albania there's a greater focus on education rather than punishment. Is it the case in Montenegro? Yes, this is a framework. We are strengthening the mechanism of accountability, of course, in accordance with the law. There are certain sanctions that are envisaged in the law, but the proportionality is something that we're guided by and something that we want to have in this inclusive system. If you want to know, I'll later tell you about some interesting case studies that have things to do with this issue.
Of time, are you still with us?
Yes.
Yeah, you are. Okay, great. So I'm not going to ask you about implementation of the legislation because you come from a civil society organization, so you're not the institution that can, of course, conduct any audits. But I'm interested in any cases, any notable cases where in deploying some e-government service or electronic public service, you had some privacy-related problem or any notable breach of privacy. Were there any cases in Kosovo?
So in regard to data breaches as part of the e-services, well, first off, in comparison to the rest of the regional countries, Kosovo in terms of electronic online services is rather new. It's on its early stages. So therefore, data breaches have also not been that major in that regard. I also would like to relate to what the rest of the colleagues said and how legal provisions, of course, also hold in when designing and implementing e-government services. Because we just started using our centralized e-government platform, e-Kosovo, back in 2021. So it's rather 2 years that continuously through this platform, new e-services are being added. And the Agency of Information and Privacy have themselves pointed out during that period when the agency was not functional, how the e-Kosovo platform was lacking the data privacy regulations in place. So thankfully, both agencies responsible for the two parts, the data protection part and the development of the e-Kosovo portal, did manage to go through the data privacy provisions which need to be in place in order to access the platform and access the services which are available in the platform. But regarding other data breaches which are noted in the country, as I said before, many public institutions themselves do breach data privacy regulations. Lately, during last year, there's been a point when the Agency of Tax Administration here in Kosovo did breach data processing for their own employees because they aim to build a platform where they could process their own the data of their own employees, but that was not safe. And even third parties could, in a way, without any filters, go through the platform and access information of the employees. However, this eventually has been improved, and the platform has resulted to become safer. And then there are also many data information which are shared of the citizens by different agencies as well. Another case is about the Agency of Regional Development, when they usually post on their own websites the information of citizens regarding subsidies. They publish many personal data which should not be published in format. So a problem because sometimes the citizens themselves, as the colleague from Montenegro mentioned, is also social lack of social awareness in this case, because many citizens do not feel concerned to share their own private data, or even when they do see the data online or in such platforms, they do not make, how to say, a big deal out of it. And the agency actually urges all the citizens to report as much as they can, because it is not okay to have your personal data published online. So, yeah.
Tell me in the cases that you mentioned, was there any investigation conducted, any reports published, any charges pressed, anyone sentenced?
Yeah, so I mentioned cases which have been noted recently by the agency themselves. and they did manage to sanction, provide their own measurements in regard to punish the noted cases. The punishment has been in monetary form, and afterwards they have been urged by law to delete and destroy also the data which they published without consent, and or find an alternative way on how to identify the beneficiaries of the actual personal data of the beneficiaries. So yes, there have been taken steps by the agency themselves. Gladly, they have also, the agency has declared during the past year that there have been hundreds of reports and investigations done in both public and private sector, and they have come across such data breaches. But I don't know how accurate this can be, considering the lack of resources that the agency has, because we believe that further and wider investigation should be done in work to inspect and find out more data breaches.
So was there any reactions from the citizens and the media? Was there any, outrage or a pressure towards institutions to react more appropriately?
Through the civil society, yes. This is usually the main source of pressure that is directed towards the institutions. I just got reminded of a case also later on during the pandemic when the citizens were asked by the Philharmony Authority here in Kosovo to provide the COVID certification passport, which includes your private data. And the citizens did make a problem out of this because you had to provide that passport, and that would later on be published to show that you were eligible to attend the concert which they were having later during the pandemic. So yes, we also see through the many activities of the agency that there is an urge among the citizens to get and be more aware what is violation of data privacy, and how they're also urged to inform the authority who is in place to follow and punish the cases where there are data breaches.
Thank you. Vesna, how's it in Macedonia? Is it different?
Similar, very similar.
Okay.
Aiming to assess to what extent the current government e-services are aligned with the personal data protection law, Metamorphosis Foundation conducted a research where we identified 50 e-services provided by 25 institutions and developed a methodology for assessing their compliance with the personal data protection law. We developed a set of 19 indicators divided into 3 groups. The first group was availability of government services. The second was transparency of the procession of personal data. And the third group was assessment of the technical and organizational measures that are implemented in order to ensure personal data protection. And according to this methodology, we have 2 assessments, one in March 2022 and one in August, in order to track the trends in the area. And the e-services got scores from 0 to 19, depending on the number of criteria they meet. And in March 2022, the average score the e-services got was 7.7 out of 19, which is quite low given the fact that the personal data protection law was adopted in 2 years prior our research. We did the same research, the same measurement again in August 2022, but we didn't notice any significant progress. Some institutions improved their compliance when delivering e-services, but most of them didn't. and the results are still not satisfying.
So are you still the only institution that is pressuring them to pay attention to this report, or is there a wider front?
I think there are many institutions, many organizations that work in that area, but the institutions also have issues on their own that prevent to put privacy data protection as a priority. The institutions have lack of capacities, technical, physical, financial, and the data protection officers that are necessary for each state institutions, they lack time to be fully dedicated to their role as data protection officers. They have other work responsibilities, but everyone is doing the best we can. Yes.
Oh, okay, so I mean, your research shows that there are obviously some implementation gaps and some other problems, like, problems with staffing and capacities. So were there any consequences of this? Were there any major leaks or major privacy breaches?
No, not that we know of until now, but Metamorphosis Foundation provides support to the institutions, providing trainings, etc., to the members of the institution, data protection officers, and IT professionals in state institutions in order to align their work to the new personal data protection law, to adopt the principles of integrity and safety of personal data, and we hope that this situation will be overcome very soon.
So what is your impression? Are they reacting good to this? Are they open to cooperation?
Yes, the institutions are very interested to improve their compliance. But as I said, they have, and we all as a society have some other issues that are more, existential, are considered to be, such as the energetic crisis, the inflation, the COVID crisis. We have also issues with one neighbor state.
There are always, more important
yes.
questions than IT, even in Serbia. I agree.
Yes, but as I said, everyone is doing the best that we can. The Metamorphosis Foundation, with the support of the European Union, provides support to the institutions in order to improve their compliance with the personal data protection law.
Okay, thanks. Uroš, the situation in Serbia.
Well, yes, I'd like to respond to this question by going back to how the legal framework changed in the EU and in Serbia, and that will give us an answer to the question. In the EU, when GDPR was adopted, the focus was on regulating those issues in the commercial sphere that were insufficiently regulated, bearing in mind a single market, huge high-tech companies, huge flow of information. And here in Serbia, after the personal data protection law that was practically copy-paste from GDPR, this enthusiasm was also conveyed to regulate the field of data protection, primarily in relation to the private sector. But we've failed to note that the main problems in the personal data protection and the is in the public sector. First and foremost, we don't have these big tech, high-tech companies, and there were reasons to additionally regulate the operation of private entities, but for 4 years we have been implementing this law, and for reasons unknown to me, we still call it a new law, and maybe this terminology is used to diminish the responsibility of different entities that have not still aligned their operation with this work. They say it's new, despite the fact that there was enough time to align and with the law and meet their statutory obligations. And when we talk about what else needs to be regulated under this law, we need to map what is lacking in the legal framework. It was the obligation of certain public authorities to do that by end 2020, and 3 years later they still have not met this obligation. And we do not have a clear picture which sectoral laws are still not aligned with the personal data protection law. And it's very difficult to talk then about alignment of institution or the private sector with the personal data protection law, and the same goes when it comes to the appointment of DPOs. This response of public authorities is not sufficient, and also that was the case with this famous registry under the previous law. So we have problems at the legislative level and at the implementation level. So when you take a look at that environment and you know that everyday life is going on and somebody has his or her own data processed, then we should not be surprised by incidents. It happens, the last incident that happened was with the real estate cadastral office. We don't know what exactly happened there. We know that the process started by somebody clicking on infected email by mistake and due to lack of knowledge, due to ignorance, and that was the beginning of a problem, and we couldn't access any data in the cadastre for some 10 days. So the outcome is such that it has revealed the weaknesses of this controlling system and maybe even judicial system, because there was no legal outcome of this incident. And then during the COVID crisis, we had incidents related to the wrong design of the system to access COVID certificates. So some staff in the catering industry, for example, had access to the data to which they shouldn't have had access. So I could go on with these examples, and these incidents will happen, and they will continue happening until there is a consequence for these incidents. You asked about whether somebody was punished, and this should apply not only in relation to e-services or similar things. We will have these instances as long as we have a single inspector to do audits in this field, or criminal complaints that are stuck in prosecution offices without any outcome in courts. So maybe, despite the fact that safeguards are statutorily defined, maybe incentives are not there because there are no sanctions. And you ask regulators about the approach, whether we need more education or more sanctions. In my view, at least with regard to Serbia, the more time elapses, the more reasons we have to turn to this repressive role, because the level of tolerance has to go down for non-compliance with the law, while not neglecting this educational role. But we have to apply repression when it comes to incidents. Due to lack of attention, due to lack of knowledge, due to abuse, there has to be a sanction. Amidst of this whole enthusiasm for the digitalization of the public sector, we increasingly need high-quality supervision by the relevant bodies. And after that, another step that we lack, and that is adequate judicial proceedings to identify the persons who made a mistake and to impose a sanction. That will be the best deterring effect. And to equalize the enthusiasm in digitalization with the enthusiasm for the private, for privacy, protection of private privacy, I'd like to recall, Uroš, that this problem with access and approach and culture of dealing with the personal data, we have had this problem for a number of years now. You remember that leakage from the database, several million pieces of personal data leaked for people who applied for free shares or distribution of free shares of various companies. And there was also a leakage due to the hacker attack. And obviously personal data was published, and there was no reaction from government institutions in that connection. So if we add what you mentioned to that, and all these proceedings instituted by by Commissioner Šabić, and they did not have any legal consequence, and this culture of incidents. Do you think that we have problem at the cultural level? I think we lack what we might call accountability and responsibility. I would not go into roots, whether they're a cultural nature, but we take statutory obligation lightly from the standpoint of data controllers and also those who are in charge of sanctioning certain actions. I think that we do not have properly developed accountability mechanisms, and maybe that is the thing that multiplies this relaxed attitude in the implementation of the law. We discussed that during this Privacy Week as well. The obligations related to high quality impact assessments are not implemented, and then there is no wonder that there are failures in the implementation of the law and other incidents. There was a need actually there was an obligation to map gaps in the regulatory field, and this obligation has not been met, and nothing happened. I think we lack accountability the most, yes, but we have something that is probably a shared regional problem, that is legacy from the period when interests of the individual were subordinated to the interest of the collective. So there was no regard for individual rights. So there is we can note that individual rights are more appreciated, but where trends are different in a society, then less attention will be paid to this.
So each of us can do something. Maybe you can propose the law and MPs can adopt it. If the court does not adjudicate, then we all have a problem. Okay. I would like to ask about incidents, the consequences, and perhaps to say something, if there were any consequences, regarding problems in internal functioning, for example. There were problems with attacks coming from abroad. What is your experience with incidents? Have there been any in Montenegro? Thank you, colleague. Of course, there have been, and I agree with dear colleague Mišljenović. And I have to note that we have to apply a holistic approach to the resolution of these issues. I fear that we are entering a zone that Uroš was talking about, of this brutal commercialism, which is a scourge of the 21st century, together with stereotypization and manipulation. They make this issue even more acute. And if we treat this question separately, only within a regulatory framework, we cannot have good results. We really must have the synergy of all factors in the society. The bureaucratic mechanisms do not join the European system. It is the society that does so. And we need strong security and financial resources, because we will agree that this involves automation, data processing, and it affects strongly the mapping of collective awareness. So in that spirit, and observing the time constraints, I would like to say something about some examples of collective breaches. and attacks on Montenegro. On the 20th of August 2022, Montenegro was exposed, that is, the government information structure was exposed to strong cyber attacks. There's no need to mention that data protection represents part of the information security system in general. The cyber attack was conducted from abroad by using multiple types of malicious software, using several techniques of attack and several IP addresses as targets, with the aim of taking control over the computer, the network, and primarily the user who has the right to perform all processes. The agency initiated the necessary process at the Ministry of Public Administration in order to determine the facts and to determine to what extent the attack affected public data processed by state authorities, and the supervision focused on different measures for protecting personal data, and it reviewed whether security procedures have been in place in ensuring the adequate response, to determine whether and to what extent data in the single information system of the ministry have been affected or destroyed. The Ministry of Public Administration, which also keeps the meta register through the system for electronic exchange of data, consisting of 12 registers and contains data for nearly all citizens of Montenegro. As we know, the consequences can be far-reaching, and this actually led to new institutional models for protection at the Ministry of Public Administration, which will work 24/7 on preventing such issues. So once this has happened, we have established certain mechanisms. And if you allow me to end with a typical example, the abuse of the single registration number of citizens, illegal processing. The state determined, actually the agency determined that the Electoral Commission unlawfully used data of a large number of voters for a municipality on the occasion of local elections held in May 2021, in such a way that the name and family name of the voter, together with the single registration number, was reviewed through a list in 2 neighboring states, which resulted in the mass abuse of a right to personal data protection. We lost the sound. Electronic accessibility. I'm sorry, we cannot hear the speaker anymore. We lost the sound. To whom the data refer? And this concerned the list of voters. I'm sorry, I cannot hear. Ne čujem dalje. I still cannot hear anything.
Evo je opet u jednom izbornom procesu, ovoga puta prilikom provjere potpisa podrške za kandidaturu za predsjednika Crne Gore za 18. godinu. Agencija je utvrdila kao regulator da je DIK potpisa podrške kandidatima za predsjednika Crne Gore, kao i da upotrebu aplikacije omogućava da se unošenje jedinstvenog matičnog broja provjeri da li je i kome građanin dao
opet nestade.
način provjeri svoga jedinstvenog matičnog broja može provjeriti kom kandidatu je dao podršku, odnosno da li su njegovi lični podaci zloupotrebljeni.
We're having problems with the microphone. The tech guy is here, but nothing is going on. Okay, the web application involved a technical solution, but the agency determined that the adequate level of protection from unauthorized access has not been secured, which violated the principle of secrecy, free will, free expression of will in elections, and it turned out that there was an inquiry from a single IP address for 260 citizens. There are also some other examples of mass violations where the agency reacted. We've recently had some issues, and there was a valid response. And with the capacity of that it has, the agency reacts on all violations in the healthcare, social policy, etc., etc. It is involved in ensuring the implementation of legal regulations, and I wanted us to address all the issues that you have raised.
You prepared some cases. You mentioned this, and and you had even I would say bigger problems during last year. I think that they resulted in the first breaching of the diplomatic relations between two countries over, hacking attempts. So regardless if you're talking about that or not, I would like to hear what you prepared.
I will talk even something about that. Regarding the challenges of digitalization in terms of privacy, now I'm going to present two privacy incidents, two cases that had happened recently in Albania, two data breaches. The unlawful leak of personal data of salaries category from the General Directorate of Taxation, and another unlawful leak of personal data of license plates category from General Directorate of Road Transport. On December 2021, the Commissioner Office became aware of a massive personal data leak from a database, which among others included the salaries of January and April 2021 of around 900,000 individuals, both employed in the public and the private sector. This database is circulated through the WhatsApp platform, and the other data breach included, among others, as I said before, the information of models, colors of car, license plates of around 500,000 individuals, which was similarly leaked. The Commissioner Office obviously immediately carried out its supervisory ex officio duties for these serious cases of citizens' privacy violations. We immediately started the investigation. After administrating some evidences of these databases, the necessary administrative actions were taken. Even the National Agency of the Information Society, which is actually the responsible institution for the e-government, is under inspection, but on this institution the inspection hasn't finished yet. For the two other institutions, the General Directorate of Road Transport and the General Directorate of Taxation, we have already finished the investigations. The main problems identified by the Commissioner Office on those inspections is first, the controllers do not clearly define the databases to which is legitimate to have access and the categories of data that must be accessed in each database. As I said before, we have found in some cases that there is access in excess. The controllers have not taken the appropriate technical and organizational measures to guarantee the security and confidentiality of personal data. failure on taking appropriate organizational and technical measures in order to protect personal data from unlawful or accidental destructions, accidental loss. One real problem were even the not tracking of processing actions in the electronic systems, so you can identify the real problem where become. As one of the main measures to guarantee the security of personal data if you track the actions. And as I said before, the untrained staff, I say this because unfortunately in one of these data breaches, the human, the employees of the institutions were themselves the cause of the data breach, which obviously were prosecuted by competent authorities, but this is this became of the untrained staff of the controller. After giving this recommendation, we obviously as institution are waiting for the reaction of this institution, and regarding the cases of the cyber attack, yes, it's true. Recently, the Albanian authorities, especially the National Agency of the Information of Society, had a cyber attack. It was during the July of 2021, and Albanian authorities have compromised the critical, has been compromised the critical infrastructure. The Commissioner Office continuously follows the situation created by this cyber attack, but to be sincere, we are waiting even the competent authority for their investigation about the situation. It's known already, it was caused by a group of hackers from Iranian, and obviously it was even public that Albania interrupted the relations with the embassy of Iran. But for this situation, we are still evaluating, because even competent authorities that are competent for the cyber attack are investigating the situation. So we are monitoring their action, and then to identify which will be our actions on this topic.
Thank you. Do we have any comments, reflections from the audience?
Polako, zapisao sam nekoliko stvari, pošto
I have written down several things because there were some very interesting facts presented. Maybe it will be a little bit haphazard, but that's how I write. I would agree with Uroš that the number of inspectors dealing with this subject matter is too low, and we have had this law for more than 3 years now, and we still call it a new law, and I would agree with that. And we have a problem with education. Many in Serbia, in the public authorities, to leave aside the commercial side, do not even know that there is such law in place, believe it or not, and that they need to implement this law in an adequate manner. That's one thing. And the commissioner practically punished nobody, sanctioned nobody for the violations of statutory provisions. For example, they never punish them for non-appointment of DPOs, and also in commercial areas there is vagueness in provisions. For example, we don't know which public authorities can process data for special purposes, and there is also the issue of internal acts that has not been developed in this law, so there is a whole range of problems with the law, and sanctions should have a rehabilitation role, and it cannot have a rehabilitation role if we don't know that we made a mistake and what kind of a mistake we have made. And there is this law principle which says that not knowing law does not relieve us of a responsibility, and I agree that we need to make a compromise, and because the situation is here that we opt for education, less for sanctioning, as in Albania, and colleague Rutovic gave me a good introduction by saying that it's our mentality to look through the keyhole, but we don't like video surveillance when we go to protests, and that's why we protest. And then we worry about our privacy and the extent to which it is called into question. And I come from civil sector, that's why I'm saying that the civil sector should assume that role and be more active in that. And we said that we have solid grounds for laws in the region. Actually, I wouldn't agree with that. Maybe I would cite Baltazar Bogišić from Montenegro, who said something is born defective, then the time cannot fix it. And our law, for example, does not include a single term in relation to video surveillance. And Montenegro has a law on video surveillance, I believe. We have a decree about residential buildings and how video surveillance should operate that, but that's really ridiculous. And also biometric data, they can be included into this sphere. We mention it in Article 17 and 18 of our law and in very general terms on top of that. So the point is that we do not have good laws and that it's inevitable to amend the laws. Actually, it's a dire need, and I just mentioned these two things. I would like to know how it is in the region, because I know there is nothing in Serbia related to it. We're talking about digital revolution, and we haven't regulated the most basic digital problems like video surveillance, recording, biometric data. So what's the situation with regard to that in Albania, North Macedonia, Montenegro? I'd like to hear about that. I know that nothing is being done on these issues here. Maybe I had some more things. These are good comments. But when I said we have good grounds, I said that we have some basic points. In some laws, we introduce some obligations for institutions when it comes to personal data protection, so it creates some basis to move on, but there are many gaps, of course. We have something, just to be able to say that we have, but the implementation is another issue, a questionable thing. I agree, yes, there is a lot of work to be done there. But it is interesting that you're mentioning some things that have not been regulated, which are both old and new. Like old, like video surveillance, and new, like biometrics, processing genetic material, application of artificial agencies. So it's creating new challenges, and we haven't responded to the old ones. So I didn't even go to there. Didn't want to go there.
Ariana, just say if you want something to say. Just shout.
Možda samo vezano za video nadzor, pričali smo o tome u drugim panelima.
Maybe just in relation to video surveillance, we discussed that in other panels. I'm becoming a very conservative person in that respect. Let's not adopt new laws. And I like this Estonian regulation. Let's avoid over-regulation. I'm afraid that any law on video surveillance can just lower the already established standards for personal data protection that come from the basic principles from GDPR, minimization, limitations of purpose, safeguards, protective measures. So I'm afraid of embarking upon a slippery ground of adopting sectoral laws that will reduce the level of personal data protection established by the umbrella law. And I think there are obvious intentions through this new draft law on internal affairs. So it's addressing video surveillance, but it's allowing things that are not allowed under the current personal data protection law. So there is a trap there. And it doesn't change anything in relation to the fact that if a public authority wants to regulate certain things, it has to do that on a sectoral basis.
Do we have time for one more question?
Uh,
I mean, I realize that I stand between you and lunch, so I mean, it's not a good position. Jel imaš neko pitanje? Možda? Komentar?
Any other questions or comments?
May I make just the one quick and final remark from my side? Is that okay? Okay. Because sometimes I hear you guys late. So there was the remark that the professor from Estonia made in the beginning that also had me recall what we have been hearing very often here in Kosovo, how laws, I hope I got that right, but many here are claiming that laws, the legislative framework is hard to follow up with the technological developments. And I believe that to be the case, not just in Kosovo, but the rest of the countries. However, the professor mentioned how laws should be technology neutral. I don't know, maybe the professor would further elaborate on this, but how can we in practice make sure that the laws which we have in place do support any technological difference or advancement that we occur in our daily lives? That also includes the biometric identification, of course, another point that might violate data privacy, etc.
Thanks. This is a really interesting question. Is Catherine still with us?
Yes, I am. Unfortunately, not for much longer, because I do have another meeting starting soon, but I can make a quick comment to that. Indeed, technology neutrality should be seen in two ways. The first is very practical, and that is just that technological detail is better put in not laws, but in decisions, guidelines, regulations, different acts that can more quickly be changed and that can also contain different types of language. And so that's the practical point. The other more relevant point is to what you're asking, so is that what is essential is what do you need to prevent or promote, or what is the danger? That isn't because of the technology, because if you make a law on some very modern technology, it will soon be obsolete. So you just say, what is it you want to prevent? We want to prevent data breaches. That's why we have data protection legislation. It doesn't matter if the data is electronic, if the data is on paper, or if the data is in a format we don't even know yet, because it hasn't been invented yet. What we want to protect against is the abuse of that data. The same way with modern technologies, if they create a certain risk, the law should focus on the risk. And many laws already exist, which is why I said this, we don't always need to make new laws. So we should instead see, is the law sufficient? As I got the floor now, I just wanted to very quickly say I was listening to this interesting debate. I'm not going to take up much time, but just to say, indeed, creating trust is extremely important. Many colleagues mentioned that, and I think this is what should be behind also the legislation. The more digital society gets, the more important it is that people really trust the digital solutions. So there has to be transparency in how it is done, digital literacy efforts, and so on, because that otherwise you can create digital public administration, but it's not going to be successful.
Thank you, Katrin, for this really important point, great point. And of course, thanks to Ariana, Agnesa, Mr. Rutovic, Mišljenović, and Vesna. And may I have one round of applause for our panelists and guests? So I adjourn this session and give floor to our hosts.
Thank you. Hvala. Moje je samo da vam se zahvalim
The only thing left to me is to thank all of you who followed us live and online, and just to remind that we will continue at 2, so after a short break. And our next panel will be related to blockchain technology, anonymity, and privacy of users. Thank you. See you at 2.
Hello, Hanane. I'm not sure, do you hear me? But we are running a little bit late, so we will start in approximately 5 minutes to 10, but okay. We hear you, so everything is fine. Sorry for a small delay.
No problem, take it. Okay, thank you.
Dobar dan svima.
Good afternoon to all. So we are back after a break, and our next panel is blockchain technology and users' privacy and anonymity. Just to recall that those who are following us online can follow us on the English and the Serbian channel, and you can ask questions on YouTube in the segment for comments, and we remind our participants in the panel who are present here live to take headsets, because in this panel we'll also have foreign guests, so whoever needs interpretation, please take the headset. And I give the floor to the moderator, Arvin Kamberi. Good morning and welcome to the panel that will deal with blockchain technology and user privacy and anonymity. You probably heard that phrase and that term very often on the internet, blockchain, mostly in relation to cryptocurrencies, but not only that. And we will see how this technology touches upon the privacy of digital data and privacy on the internet. And why do we mention blockchain so often in relation to privacy? The most frequent reason is related to the fact that this invention was created by a group of enthusiasts who also dealt with privacy on the internet and privacy in the digital era. It's called the cypherpunk movement. And they were thinking in the early 90s how to remain private, how to share privately data on the World Wide Web, and how to make our future, at least to a certain extent, in our hands, at least in terms of data that we share. So out of that idea and that movement, one of the first globally functional blockchains was created. And that was blockchain related to Bitcoin, the cryptocurrency that was launched in 2009, early 2009. And many enthusiasts in the field of privacy and in other fields on the internet, it showed some kind of a roadmap that can be taken when it comes to privacy and privacy of digital information that we share on the internet. And we have here Mr. Milomir Matovic from the law office Motika in the panel. We will talk with lawyers mostly in relation to these basic terms. And my second interlocutor is Rastko Petkovic from the law office Karanovic. And he will also make a short reference to these issues. We also have Alexander Matanovic from the first Serbian Exchange Office for Virtual Currencies, ECD. He's a little related, but he will join us. And we will talk about privacy of financial transactions and blockchain. And we also have with us Hanan Bujemi. She is manager for public policy and regulatory relations in the company Meta. She works on the MENA region, Middle East and North Africa region. Hanan has been researching this field of blockchain for a long time now and has written many papers related to the privacy of blockchain and that concept. And she's also the participant of new global forums on global policies. So I would like to ask Hanan. Hanan, you're there? You're with us?
Great to see you. We can't hear you still. Maybe on me.
Pozdrav. Thank you so much, Arvin, for having me here. I hope you can see me and hear me. I'm very pleased to be contributing to this panel with you today. So my name is Hanan Bujemi and I manage regulatory affairs for Meta in the MENA region in Turkey. I'm speaking on this panel in my personal capacity. Blockchain technology is the subject of my extensive research. I work directly with Arvin on the topic. 2 years back, specifically 2017, during the peak actually of cryptocurrency, and since then I have been working actively in the field and also advising various entities, including OECD, benchmarks in public policy regulations specific to blockchain technology and deployment, and advising also, the UK government, specifically the finance sector, on rolling out technology in various public sector entities. I'm so sorry I can't speak Serbian, but I can understand what you were saying, Arvin, earlier. So I will be following closely the conversation and I'm happy to be here with you today. Thank you.
Thanks, Hanana. No worries. We have a simultaneous translation here. Everything is fine. Like everyone can understand it, so we can speak. In both languages. So I would actually like to start with you, Hanan. just to set the stage, as a first question, you are in a global policy project around the world. So is blockchain technology by any means different from any other technologies in terms of regulating it? We hear often that technology is neutral. Is the way how we use it is actually determined. Is it for bad or good, to kind of say? So is there on a global scale, is there any difference regarding the blockchain and any other digital technologies, or should we approach them as we do for the rest of the IT? Again, I'm mute, sorry.
Thank you, Arvin, very much for the question. You know, working at the global stage, from, you know, the innovation and, you know, working for a company that develops technology and at the forefront of innovation when it comes to mainly decentralized structures. I've seen the metaverse, you know, work that we're doing in Meta. I don't see really a different approach, but maybe I see more of a divide in terms of how, you know, this particular technology is perceived by the tech sector and the government. And because I sit on both fronts, I can see that, you know, the government side understands that there is opportunity, but they don't know how to tap on, into it. They also don't want the technology to run away from regulation, because we understood, we all understand here that innovation runs much faster than regulation. On the other hand, I'd rather have it, you know, as a homogeneous work, where we can all agree on specific principles, rather than working in silos or in a fragmented way, because it is not going to help the overall, you know, decentralized, you know, perspective of blockchain as an technology. So I don't see a different point of view, but I see a little bit more of the approach of each stakeholder, and that it tech arm of our business.
Thanks, Hanan. Hanan je sada spomenula u stvari jednu od tih glavnih.
Hanan actually mentioned one of the main differences between this technology and other technologies, IT technology, and this is this decentralized nature of the technology, and actually the way it is being implemented. But essentially it's not much different from the general internet architecture that is quite decentralized. So, however, Hanan, here in Europe, we are limited by a set of laws related to privacy and technology, and these regulations arising from GDPR and the GDPR that was adopted in Europe as European legislation, but it affects world international regulation very much. So I would like to ask the following question. We hear often that the data on blockchain is anonymous. To which extent they actually is anonymous, and how it's related to GDPR, and how the companies control that generally? It's an interesting question, and generally there is this common belief that the data on blockchain, if we talk about decentralized blockchains, that the data is anonymous, because when we open data on blockchain, we will see some numbers and letters, and we think that on that basis we cannot discover who's behind that, behind these public keys, these numbers and letters. But from the standpoint of GDPR and personal data protection regulations, we need to proceed from the definition of the personal data. So it's this definition, this part of the definition is related to identifiability. So it brings us to the fact that a piece of data in combination with some other pieces of data can result in establishing identity of a person. In technical papers, in technical literature, and rare guides, specifically the French DPA, it was pointed out that this public key is a piece of personal data, basically, because we can link it to a particular person. We have simple examples there. For example, you and I are sitting in a coffee shop for a coffee, and I go and pay my coffee with some cryptocurrency, with Bitcoin, for example. You can immediately see who performed that transaction. And if you know me, you can link that public key to my identity. Or, for example, you publish that you're raising some donations in cryptocurrency on a social media, and you put public key next to your name, and everybody will be able to link that to you. And it becomes a piece of personal data, and it's definitely not anonymized in the sense that it is not identifiable, or in terms of not being able to connect it to a physical, natural person. When we talk about GDPR, there are certain technical solutions like Monero, Zcash for certain cryptocurrencies, not to reveal that. We see on blockchains that the transaction has occurred, but we cannot see the public key. They are using different technological solutions to prevent that. And there is also a possibility, and it's often mentioned in this sphere, the retention of personal data outside of blockchain. So in these specific examples where we have public keys, something like that is not possible, bearing in mind the nature of decentralized blockchains. And on the other hand, when I was preparing for this panel, I found a very interesting provision in our law on the prevention of money laundering and terrorist financing. I maybe not quote it fully, but provision of services with digital currencies, so digital tokens and digital virtual currencies, revealing the identity of a party is forbidden, and also issuance of such assets is forbidden in the next article. So the idea of the government in the regulating field is that the data cannot be anonymous. And the technology is actually proving that.
We worked on a bubble. It's possible because you can totally anonymously deal with cryptocurrency. Just another question, since your office is working with quite a lot of companies in the field of blockchain industry in Serbia, are they all aware, and do they observe, and they probably observe, to what extent is this a limiting factor for them? Well, it is a limiting factor when we talk about the restrictions of the GDPR concerning blockchain. I think that the two concepts were created, actually, when they were created, they did not have each other in mind, and there are some conflicts between the two concepts. So there's there are open and closed blockchain systems, and in the case of general protection of personal data, it's easier to observe all that rather than in a centralized system such as Bitcoin, Ethereum, etc. We have to take into account two characteristics of decentralized blockchains. This is decentralization and the impossibility to alter data, the guarantee that the data cannot alter within a chain. And we need to put this in the context of GDPR, where we have the data controller in the central position. This regulation always assumes that there's a person, a single person or several persons, because data controllers are those who determine the purpose and the way in which personal data will be processed. This is a wide topic, so I'm trying to narrow it down. There are also some rights, a right to deleting personal data, to supplementing personal data, and we also have this characteristic of the blockchain that data within a block cannot be changed. And how can you reconcile the two? Thank you. We will come back to that. If Alex joins us, we might hear something more about the financial transactions and the level of application of the law that is necessary in order for an exchange office to operate. But not only financial transactions and not only concerning identity, blockchain is a technology that is that has many promises. Tell me, what are the things that we should pay attention to in the future in connection with what we have been talking about? Good afternoon, first of all. Let me express my dissenting opinion to what I've heard so far. I agree partly, and I partly disagree, and there are reasons for that. Blockchain, by its nature, is not an anonymous technology. It's not its principle to be anonymous. The principle is that it is a trustless technology. So there is no third party. There is no need to trust the other party. Things are simply going on. But unlike many other technologies, blockchain can be used in such a way to preserve the anonymity of its users. The founder of Bitcoin is anonymous. Is he anonymous when he performs the first transaction? No. Likewise, those who have loads of cash in a safe deposit box and goes away with that cash, and the camera records his transaction paying something with that cash, he's also not anonymous in that case. So each transaction and each account can be connected to a physical person. Owing to the blockchain technology, we can have the development of different solutions for different problems that we have in life, which are currently resolved through centralized systems. And when, for example, Visa or MasterCard know that I bought coffee somewhere, and in addition to that, they have a pattern of my expenses for I don't know how long, and my preferences, what I'm buying, when I'm buying it, maybe they can take the data to earn much more money than they actually do, or sell the data to somebody else who can use it. And when we pair this up with the data that is centralized in Meta or a large company, we can see that Bitcoin as a cryptocurrency, together with some of its copies, because essentially many of the other cryptocurrencies are copies of Bitcoin. Some of them are more transparent, some of them are completely transparent and perhaps dystopian, like CBDCs. These are all things that can solve certain problems. The more potential solutions we have to some problems that we're facing, the lower the possibility that the complete centralization of our data will be possible. And the second thing that we're usually disregarding is that Bitcoin is not an easy technology to understand or to use. I have a case in which a judge says, I've heard about Bitcoin, but I don't know blockchain. What does it have to do with anything? What is that technology? So this is the case of a judge. Ask an elderly person from your neighborhood or your neighbor, how many of us would know how to pay something using a Bitcoin? It's not just a little bit, but much more difficult than taking out a card and swiping it through a terminal. And many of us do not even know how to use a credit card. So somebody's forcing you to have a lot of knowledge about what to do and how to use it, and this has a positive effect on the mentality of people who are thinking about not how to make their data anonymous, but how to make them divided, so to say, and let one of them have this piece of information, then another have another piece of information, and then another have a piece of information. And in that case, you would not need a single room to gather all those pieces of data, but to have like a hangar. So it exists through time as something that can solve many of our problems. We've heard a lot from the aspect of the law, because usually people think that cryptocurrency is something that is used only on the darknet. But this type of selective control of our personal data, we as individuals on the internet, can we control what we're sharing with whom? This was one of the reasons for the adoption of the GDPR. Yes, on the one hand, the idea was to ensure a speedier flow of data, and on the other, to ensure that persons to whom the data refer can achieve their rights. Do you think that this is over-regulated, that this issue is over-regulated? Well, my position on some regulations, especially of that type, is that it's usually a case of too little too late, unfortunately, because I think that we are late with that regulation. Some of them are conceived wrongly. If we imagine EU regulation on cookies, this has become a bore for the people, the cookies. I'm convinced that the EU regulation on cookies has largely made people think bad about privacy. This should have helped us. If somebody says, I'll keep data on your computer and I will take them whenever I want, theoretically this sounds great. And the implementation is that a large number of people are saying, let me be when it comes to privacy. I'm not interested in that at all. So regulations of that type can sometimes be forced, sometimes they may represent a part of the problem rather than being a solution. And since we're talking about blockchain, one of my favorite blockchain projects is BAT, the Basic Attention Token. I prefer to use the Brave browser, and I warmly recommend it to everybody. And it has an option, it provides you with an option to connect it to your wallet. And they say, I will show you some ads, but I will pay you because I'm showing you the ads. Maybe you will not want to see any of them, but if you want to watch them, you will get some money out of it. And so far, I've earned about 77 dinars, which is less than €1. But I'm sure that companies have earned much more by centralizing data and selling them where they need to sell them. Yeah, we're talking about business models that can be created within a centralized, generalized model. And let us not forget that the internet is a decentralized system. It can work and it can operate because there are some basic standards that are completely decentralized. They are not owned by anybody, and that's why we can think about those new business models now. Not so much about business models as much as we can see that even the finance of the 21st century will be online, much of it at least. And we need some internet of money. Do you think that blockchain is that technology, or is it beginning. So first of all, you, and then Rasko, and then we will give the floor to Hanan. I don't have a general opinion and a straightforward answer, yes or no. We can see that actually the governments are increasingly trying to regulate this part of the financial sector that relies on cryptocurrency or digital assets in general. So our law on digital assets, what I've read is in connection with the European MiCA regulation, and it relies on the existing concepts in connection with the law on the provision of payment services, the law on the capital market. So I think that, yes, it will develop in that direction, that blockchain technology will be used. And to what extent blockchain will be a pioneer or the only technology that will be present, I really would not dare to say. Rasko, what about you? It's a pity that Alex is not here. It would be great. Exchange offices are the response to that question from my point of view. So if we agree that somebody needs a lawyer and we agree on a price of so many bitcoins, as this goes from one account into another, there is nothing. Although I'm completely satisfied for it to be in that account and I can find somebody to sell me coffee or a glass of juice for that amount of money, we are great. But the number of people in this micro cipher bubble is rather small. And then there are people like Alex who say, well, let's make this available to masses, to the masses. Let's enable the people to take money and buy Bitcoin. Or if somebody has Bitcoin, he can exchange it for the regular currency, for fiat currency. And this goes through a hole that is called the Exchange Office. And the Exchange Office is great because they're raising the awareness about this topic. But as long as people still expect that the dinar or the euro or anything else is the primary currency, and as long as they do not believe that Bitcoin is a currency, and I can guarantee that 90% of the people who own Bitcoins do not believe that this is a currency like a means for transaction, we will not have this situation. So we're going back to the first question, how do we want to use this technology? I'm sure that this will improve in time, but right now...
Let us hear your thoughts on this.
Thank you, Arvin. I've got so many points that speak to the interventions I heard, but I'd like to start first with the compatibility of the blockchain principles with the currently implemented regulation, including the GDPR, and also US regulation, which is specific, I think, to state of California, because they do not have a framework at the federal system. There seems to be the incompatibility with the current system, even though GDPR, for example, is new. But as you mentioned earlier, there are so many core principles of the blockchain as an underlying technology which are not compatible, like obfuscation, like the impossibility of reiterating the data on the blockchain and other criteria. But this does not mean, I think, the technology cannot advance. I see a threat in people actually not understanding what blockchain is and confusing blockchain with crypto, with Web3, with technology that will be manifested as the next generation of the net. That is the problem. That's why a judge in a court, for example, cannot make a call about blockchain technology or crypto, and that's why when people struggle to understand it, they just classify it as a black activity. But if we zoom in a little bit to understand the core concept of blockchain technology, then we start understanding that it presents an opportunity to be the trust layer between different parties, and that would be parties that they don't know each other in principle. So it's not about Bitcoin or the ability to buy or sell goods. It's more of a system, a new system of the world order, financially, economically. It provides opportunities to have equal footing to access global markets. And that is just like the start of what I think will be revolutionizing the tech field. Now, I want to bring the discussion back to the notion of privacy, because there are aspects or phenomenon that came with the scaling, the work that is happening in the blockchain industry, specifically crypto. And I want to raise the attention to the fact that data leakages and the use of personal information illegally is actually a concern that keeps a lot of tech companies like on guard. And I think it's important to raise this particular issue of data leakages, which is manifested mainly in the crypto industry, and how it compromises the notion of privacy of users, but also diminishes trust. So that is meaning there's a lot of work that needs to be done by people deploying the technology and active in the crypto world to address the issue, which seems to be quite relevant even to the internet as we know it in general. That is an aspect that we have to focus on beyond the obligations for the current regulatory framework.
Thanks, Hanan. Thank you very much. Neko iz publike možda ima neku.
Do we have any question from the audience? Now we have some time to make a short overview, something about this. Okay, nothing. We'll continue in a direction that you may like or maybe not. Rastko mentioned here as this topic variant, something that is quite a closed story. When I say closed, these pilot projects of many central banks have been done, and many central banks probably in the course of 2023 will opt for the printing of digital version of their currencies, their base money. And what is brought into the financial system by that? These are national currencies, legal tenders that will be purely digital. They will have no physical copy, and all the infrastructure is based on the distributed ledger technology or blockchain technology, and it will put a great instrument into the hands of central banks, the so-called digital money that could be programmable in the future, so that it can build some kind of information into that, and it can mean that this type of money is practically always controlled by this central issuing body, and it's bringing up the question of cashless society that we discussed. And these are three basic topics that the working group of ECB and other central banks dealt with when they were talking about central bank digital currency. Our government-sponsored blockchain, that would be another term for that. Rastko, what is your opinion about that? Is it developing too quickly, too slow? Couple of things. I would just try to make a distinction between what you've said and where I see the core problem. Cashless society can exist even without that, and it's existing increasingly more. Another thing is that money is already virtual. When we hear that through this quantitative easing That's something we invented before them, printing money. It's not when that happens. It doesn't happen through a printing house. It happens by the Fed saying to a bank, now you have that amount of money. I'm issuing that amount of money to, and in the central database, this amount is increased. And 9/10 of money is outside of the circulation. It's interbank money. And what is interesting is with CBDCs, the state is keeping, the government is keeping the banking system. So we don't work with banks, we work with the government directly. And then somebody will get a child allowance, not 3,000 dinars, but 3,000 crypto dinars, and they cannot buy anything with that money, just government-produced powder milk or nappies or something like that. So it means that we will have an account with the central bank. So it's going back into accounting past for us. It's a dystopia. It's ugly to imagine that, and you can imagine all kinds of abuse that can be created in such a society. My only hope rests on the fact that this is done by central banks, like with cookies that I mentioned. I believe that the implementation of this can be so incompetent and so disastrous that it cannot result, hopefully, in a dystopic scenario that we can imagine. But that does not mean that we should not raise our voice against such a system. And we should pose the key issue. Which problem is solved by this problem? Is this the problem of the state, of the government, or it's our problems that the state should, of us, that the state should provide services to? I think in China, and then they have this program with the social points. Maybe we can say it's Chinese society, doesn't exist, but it does exist somewhere. That's it. That's something that we should be afraid of. And it will create even greater class differences in the world that will be based not only on economic situation of a person, but also digital literacy and so on. So there is a whole range of problems that can be created by this. And I don't think there is a single society that is willing to implement that or to accept that, with the exception of China or North Korea. So all those countries who see an Orwellian dystopia there should get together and ask who is solving whose problem with this. Rasko, this is a great insight. So people say we will move towards, we will get closer to China, but we don't have to do that. It's for us to decide. And in connection with this, I generally agree with everything Rasko said, and generally speaking, I think the states, the governments will move in that direction, and that there is a general problem with respecting rights. In those states where there is such a general problem, this concept may be accepted. So this factor of computer literacy will be a factor, and generally awareness on what that is and what it brings, and whether society is capable as such to address this issue, the issue mentioned by Rasko. And that's the question of the benefits that we're gaining, and of course to address all negative sides of such a solution. Alex Matanovic has joined us from ECD, So just to conclude this round with Hanan, before we go to back to the local scene and exchange offices. Hanan, do you have any thoughts about this?
If you have any reflection on what we just said on CBDC or this new way of central banking.
Oh, no, I don't have any.
Well, we have the same concerns, but yeah. Okay, thanks.
No, I don't have any tradition.
Pošto je sa nama sada Alex Matanović.
Since Alex Matanović is with us now, we will use this great opportunity to congratulate Alex because he has become the first licensed operator of virtual currencies in Serbia. It's the ECD exchange office. So it went through the whole process about that. So tell us, Alex, how this process looks like, what you had to do, and what's going on with this. First, thank you for the invitation. Good afternoon to all, and I apologize for not being here from the beginning, and thank you for congratulations. It was a demanding process, and its duration testifies to that. It's been almost 18 months between the application and the issuance of the license, and if we count in the time of preparation, it's almost 2 years. And probably because this was the first such process for the regulator that contributed to the length of the process, and in hindsight, maybe we could have done certain things better in order to shorten this process. But generally speaking, I think it's good. It would be good for this process to be significantly shorter in the future if our ambition is to develop this market more in Serbia, particularly from the standpoint of smaller companies that would like to engage in this activity, because the duration of the process and the need for financial resources to bring the process to the end can be a serious obstacle to small businesses. And if I remember how we started, almost 11 years ago, this process would have been beyond our reach, so we wouldn't have probably embarked upon that had it taken place some 10 or 12 years ago. And since some future processes will be the 13th or the 14th, not the first or the second process, that the regulator will be more skilled, and there is certain practice from our experience and for those whose applications were declined. And we can take an example of Estonia, who issued many such licenses, so they practically specialized in the field, and there are companies that work only as companies intermediating in the process or guiding you through the process as quickly as possible. So right now we don't have such firms in companies, and law firms and lawyers are the best candidates to specialize in this field and assume that role. Just to clarify what it takes to register with you, is it possible to register anonymously? Probably people do not know about APML and AML regulations.
When we started working in 2012, none of the institutions did not care. Actually, none of the institutions cared about what we were doing, and nobody minded it. We had the first touch with the regulations when we became reporting entities under the law on the prevention of money laundering, which said that we should establish business relations with our clients in such a way that we should check the identity of the client while the client is physically present, and to implement the appropriate procedures. Let me not go into too many details. However, this law made it possible for us not to establish business relations with all clients, like the National Bank. I will give you an example. When you have an account at a bank, of course, you do not have to establish business relations. But when you enter a bank with 15,000 dinars in cash and the receipt, nobody will ask you any questions. So this is a transaction with a bank without establishing business relations. Until the law on digital assets was adopted, this was the way in which we could also work without establishing business relations, and nobody objected to that. However, when the law on digital assets came out, it said explicitly that we have to establish business relations with all our clients. Transactions of up to 15,000 dinars are an exception, or 40,000 dinars per month, or 120,000 dinars per year. And even in those situations, users have to upload their documents and identify themselves. The only difference is that they're not physically present, but they provide us with all sorts of data, so there is no possibility for any transactions being conducted with us without us knowing who this is. Can you tell us whether anybody is controlling your work? How have you done this? Well, at some point, the commissioner objected to our work, but this was before the adoption of the law. And when the law on digital assets was adopted in 2019, I'm trying to remember what happened in that case. Since we had a very specific problem, as an online business, we had to identify the user while the user is physically present, and this was a problem for us. However, the law makes it possible for somebody else to do this instead of you. It can be a bank, it can be a post office, it can be a payment institution, or anybody else. And we created a little trick. Register with us, upload your documents, so your ID card or passport, and we will send you our letter of acceptance via the post office, but in such a way that the post has to check whether you are really the person signing this letter of acceptance. So we sort of outsourced this identification to the post office. And what happened? The commissioner said, you are doing the excessive processing of data, because when they are uploading their documents, you do not know whether you would complete that procedure. They're uploading the information, you don't know whether you will establish business relations with them. So the commissioner ruined our business, so to say, in that respect. And this was our only touch with the commissioner. We have been struggling with this issue for years. And this problem is faced primarily by the online businesses, because they're the reporting entities of that law, and this is actually the fact that we're prevented from identifying them online. Currently, we have 7 people who are employed outside Belgrade, and they have their respective regions. They sit in a car and then go and visit one city or one region, so it's quite impressive, I have to say. The the law makes it possible for us to do video identification. That's what I wanted to ask you. Video identification, which can be implemented, yes, for some institutions, payment institutions, for example, or banks. As of recently, I know that factoring companies also have this option. This was interesting to our office because of the issuance of those tokens and the AML obligations. So there is this option in the law on the prevention of money laundering and terrorist financing, depending on the competent authority. You also have to fulfill certain requirements in terms of staffing and technology. But as Dragan has already said, that, you have to have a particular space, you have to have a separate room, and let us not go into details. We wanted to take a shortcut, actually, because the law on digital assets and the updated version of the AML law allows us to do video identification, and we wanted to go through this process in parallel while we're waiting for the permit, and we contacted the regulator asking whether we could enter the process and to be ready once we get the license. But the procedure is such: in order to register for video identification, at least one person in the company has to have the license issued by the Ministry of Interior for doing this. And the problem is that we cannot even apply for the license at actually for this permit at the Ministry of Interior before we have a license for this line of business. So now we can apply, and we're waiting for the procedure, which takes place 3 or 4 times a year, and then we will look after all other conditions, rooms and technical equipment, etc., etc. It's not trivial, although it is possible. And I hope that we will be able in future to do this automatically. This is done by IMEI, not by somebody who's sitting behind the camera. You take a selfie, and then the application tells you wink, and then you wink, and then they put this through a database, and this is completed in a couple of minutes. Why did I ask you this? We were talking about this privacy and how private it really is. So you focused on this. For an exchange office to work, you have to have as many people dealing with data, personal data, as much as you have for technology. Well, not as many, but the very fact that we have 7 employees. They're not full-time employees, though, but it is still an expense which is far from being negligible, and this problem would be solved by an application that would do this automatically. And we are wasting a lot of resources on that, but we cannot escape this situation. We cannot reduce the number of resources because the regulatory requirements are what they are. In addition to having to undergo the identification process, we have to use particular software, like LexisNexis, for example. And this is a big expense which had not existed before, but this is what it is. Rasko, do you have anything to add? Well, listening to how the National Bank is applying the licensing process, I'm even more optimistic about the implementation of everything that we were talking about. While the 4 of us were alone, I said that the exchange offices are there to actually make the access to cryptocurrency democratic, to make them approachable. As long as we're looking at fiat currency as the primary means of exchange of goods and services, we will have to focus on banks, and ECD as a banking institution that can pave the way to having more literacy among people regarding cryptocurrencies. Owing to that, we will actually be able to go towards something that can be more trustworthy society. Anybody from the audience, questions? Yes, Anna?
Da, evo da smo zapostavili ljudi koji su ovde. Ovo je sesija posle...
This is the after lunch session, that's why they're a bit quiet in the room. No, we're not. Thank you very much, Hanan. I don't know whether you can hear us now, but I'm asking some layman questions. And for Alexander, if I understood correctly, we cannot talk about anonymity if we're talking about some form of commerce. What is going on with gray markets and black markets, the Hydra case and everything that happened there? And this morning, since we talked about digital services, what is the possibility of using blockchain in public services? If you have any experience, if not, we can organize another panel on that topic. I know of an example, and I cannot remember the country, where a pilot project was implemented, maybe it was successful, in connection with blockchain in the public register, land registers. It's Estonia, yeah, possibly, I don't know, I'm not sure. Estonia. And this is something that can work. You can create several panels on that topic alone. So the issue is whether you centralize the data and then use centralized blockchain technology or nearly centralized blockchain technology. Do we expect everybody who has a right to a piece of land will have a node that will let the chain go through, or will this be done by each municipality in Serbia? So this is always a question when we wonder about the possibility for using those services. And let me add, they had many problems. They advertised that half of their e-administration was using blockchain technology, but they had a lot of problems with resources, tax resources. So it's also a question how resilient such a thing is. Alex, as for the first question, it's long been a trend that there is privacy in crypto, that only when you are only within the crypto system. So when you're paying something to somebody, but unlike the situation from 10 years ago, the gates which lead from fiat to crypto are now quite regulated, and in order for you to pass the gate, you have to ID yourself, going in and going out. Of course, there are some exceptions, and they usually refer to amounts. In certain countries, up to some lower accounts, there's no need to check one's identity. For example, in a country, you can use crypto ATMs without any registration. So you simply go there and insert Bitcoin and take out 200 euros, for example, but those loopholes are being closed. So at the level of the crypto ecosystem, there is still privacy, at least to an extent. Because whoever enters the crypto world through licensed service providers, they always leave a trace. And I don't think that there are too many users who can conceal the trace. When I enter this crypto realm once, if I'm not too skilled and I leave my address, somebody will be able to follow my traces. It has its good sides and bad sides.
Što po meni ostaje bitna stvar u svetu kriptovaluta, a koju taj nedostatak privatnosti ne ugrožava do kraja, a to je sloboda da mi i dalje možemo da radimo.
Does not jeopardize our privacy in terms of us being able to still do whatever we want. What I don't like is that people always assume that we are guilty for something, and if I want to invest, people say, well, let's see how you earned that money, if it wasn't through crime, etc., etc. In the world, when you do this, you create a transaction, and if you've done something wrong, then they catch you later. They do not start in advance with the assumption that you are doing something wrong. And as for privacy, we will have as much privacy as we want. If an insufficient number of people know that this is something important, we will have it. If not, well, there's no chance. And as for gray and black exchanges, I have mixed feelings. On the one hand, I like the freedom, and on the other, I don't like the abuse of freedom. Anybody can pay anybody else, they can have economic interaction without any limitations. But that freedom, like any other freedom, is frequently abused. And where can we find the right balance between having some level, sufficient level of freedom and bringing down abuse to the minimum? That's $1 million question. You were asking about the public sector. I came across an example from Germany, the Federal Migration Office, that is the Office for Migrations and Refugees. Since they have authorities at different levels, they applied blockchain as something that facilitated and sped up the process of collection of data and decision-making for asylum seekers. And this is certainly very important for the asylum seekers. But I haven't tested it, I'm saying.
Can you maybe have some kind of good practices or any kind of a case which you know that the blockchain is actually related to a public services?
Yes, I'm part of the All Parliamentary Group in the UK, constantly issuing news pieces and small study groups on the works being done. There's all kinds of examples, but what strikes me more is the logistics industry and producers. You know, overall, I have witnessed a few sessions where blockchain technology happens to address a very important gap when it comes to tracking the life of produce from production to putting it on a shelf, and I thought that is impressive. There is few companies and consultancies already, I mean large consultancies like Deloitte or PwC investing in this kind of projects. They don't particularly understand how it works, but they are very interested in being at the forefront of investors being part of the supply chain, because that can be scaled very fast and can obviously have a significant return on investment. So from the commercial side, I think that will help. There's still a lot of criticism, when it comes to how, the technology is really advanced. But I think that is the case that really stands out to me as we speak. Plus, other non-profit ones for for the refugees that was mentioned earlier, I also know about a few couple initiatives. But what's important is that I would say this about the UK, particularly the government now is more interested in venturing. There is a lot of interest at the political level. The political will is very important. As you know, London is the center of financial services. Of course, they encourage fintech industry, and I think you know that the headquarters of fintech is still significant, in London. Said that, there is a particular approach when it comes to applying regulation or maybe refraining from using the current frameworks to approve providers, like Alex was, explaining this expensive checks that he had to be approved by the regulator in Serbia. I think in this part of the world, you have more of a sandbox approach where, regulation comes as the technology evolves, and regulators are actually wanting to understand a little bit more about, technology itself, so before, they can regulate it. So I have to say, like a co-creation environment, more or less, in context of UK, and I might say also Europe, because at the level of the European Union, they have the same approach, and I can say also it's replicated in other regions, namely, in the Middle East. So Dubai, I'm sure you know that they are also at the forefront of this approach. That's on the one hand. This is obviously very different from what we see in the US. Generally, it's it's a risk culture. But I can see that these business models threatens also the current financial system there, and there is a lot of apprehension. But I hope that will come forward.
Yeah.
Brilliant idea, because that's in the end make the technology worth the research and the use also. Thank you.
Indeed, yeah. To što kažu da, kao ekonomija rizika, zaista.
Just as Hanan said, the economy of risk. We are not used to this type of financial markets as the one that has exploded around that. The question is related to wallets. Can you introduce yourself, please, Bojan Bogišić? The question is about wallets and how their architecture contributes to our data privacy. Regardless of the currency that we keep in it, compared to when we keep our foreign currency in exchange offices or sites dealing with mining or dealing in cryptocurrency. So what is the level of our privacy and what is the safety of this cryptocurrency in terms of avoiding any compromising of that type, if we don't have this physical form of the wallet? We have to differentiate between different types of wallets. So when it comes to these the division of wallets, we have custodian and non-custodian wallets. And custodian wallets are wallets where somebody is keeping and storing cryptocurrencies for you. And the exchange is also a type of custodian wallet. You keep some sort resources, some assets in the exchange, and they control it. And you can withdraw, but on certain circumstances they can also block that withdrawal. It resembles a bank account. For example, if I have an account at a bank, I control that money, but the last say is on the bank. So if bank opposes to my transfer money somewhere, I will not be able to do it. And the same is with custodian wallets. There is no privacy, and custodian wallets are mostly licensed, and they have to identify the user, and so they store cryptocurrencies for you, and there is a risk for someone to either abuse these funds we had this FTX case, maybe you've heard of that, and there is a risk of this exchanger or that wallet being hacked and extracting your money, or your assets actually. And we have a non-custodian wallets, and they're just a software arrangement, and you control the coins actually. So this software solution can be a mobile phone application or can be a special device. It's a hard disk wallet or hardware wallet, and you control private keys, so you have full control over assets. So you should have privacy there. And that depends on how you obtained your cryptocurrency. If it was through a licensed institution and then transfer it to non-custodian wallets, then those from that institution know that this wallet is yours, but so there is certain limitation to privacy. But the important thing there is a control. In principle, you're protected against everything but your mistakes and your omissions. Because, for example, if you lose access to your card, payment card, or e-banking, you just go to bank. But if you have a hardware wallet or non-custodian custodian wallet, if you lose the device or the backup, these currencies are lost for everybody forever, and nobody will ever have access to that. So it's a problem very often, particularly for new users, and practice has shown, at least to the extent to which we have seen, that somebody who is completely new in cryptocurrency will lose cryptocurrencies more quickly if they keep themselves these currencies than if they have someone storing these currencies. However, if you keep these currencies by yourself, you can only manage that, and you are protected against hacking and certain other threats. Or there is a third way. You register a mining rig, and register software, and put it on the net. And if you can find the sellers of coffee or milk or whatever who is taking these cryptocurrencies, you can create your mini world and remain totally anonymous as a potentially, otherwise you have this potentially dystopic option. This is a great question, but I would like to add to that custodian wallets are often very private. We should not leave this panel believing that banks are someone who is managing our data as they like. They have the obligation to take a lot of care about our personal data and to keep secrets and so on, the confidentiality obligation. And that includes also exchange offices. But I think Alex is right when he says that for non-custodian wallets, that the person is his own master, but he or she has to be very careful about that. For example, you have 4 digits in a PIN, and you have 24, let's say 24 words in the case of these wallets. So you have to write that down or remember, and if you lose it, nobody will be able to restore that. I cannot draw a parallel to anything else in life that is of value and that we had. For example, when I first transferred assets or currencies from a wallet that was controlled by somebody else to a wallet that I control myself, I was thinking for days. In theory, it's very simple. You write down 12 or 24 words on a piece of paper and put that into a safe box, and then you're done. But what if somebody finds that paper or breaks into your safe, into the bank, into the vault, and takes it from your safety deposit box or a bomb falls on the bank. So I can write these 24 words on 10 papers and put it in different places in the world, hypothetically. Or I can cut this piece of paper into half and put 12 words here and 12 words there. That's another option. And when you start thinking about all the things that can happen, and in my case it took days, and I was thinking about all kinds of scenarios and to create a setup which is safe enough and that is accessible to you when you need it, or somebody close to you. For example, I would like these coins not to fall down with me if something happens to me. So you want them to be accessible. You don't want to hide them from yourself as well. And so where do you deposit them? Our digital asset law provides for this possibility to keep digital assets or virtual assets with registers that are privately owned, practically. And when I analyzed the law, we were thinking to ourselves, oh, I don't know whom I would leave this. So the point is that you can do with this money whatever you like, and then you go and delegate it, try to somebody else, and then the cryptocurrency loses the point. But finding the right balance between sufficient safety and not so complex, it's difficult to strike that balance. I know so many people that eventually concealed these keys from themselves because they were thinking so hard how to conceal them that they couldn't remember where they put it. You know that it happened to you. You created a password for a website and you think I'll never forget that site, and then 2 or 3 years down the road you want to log into that website and no way you can remember the password.
Now, look into the future. When we organize a Privacy Month in 5 years, what do you think the situation will be in terms of law, public policies, regulations concerning this field in different areas, for example, in criminal investigations, not only in terms of privacy or criminal investigation, the eternal dilemma? Do you expect some changes, either positive or negative, when it comes to privacy? In Belgrade right now we have the dead drops drug trade based on that principle. So new times are coming. Will the police apply this? And also concerning other aspects, will this facilitate trade? Cryptocurrencies are called cryptocurrencies because they're based on cryptography, and this entire struggle is taking place on a higher level. We know all cases, for example, FBI and Apple, but the world is different and the people are looking at those abilities different. We cannot hear about some optimistic examples. Let's ask the others. This is an interesting question. In 2007, 2008, crisis started and Bitcoin was created at that time. If another crisis starts and another innovation arrives, blockchain, Bitcoin, this is a huge IT innovation. What kind of new innovations can occur? I'm sure that we don't know, because if we knew that, we would be multimillionaires. What do I believe in? Of course, police, the prosecution are improving. They're improving their skills with cryptography and existing technologies. They're still not excellent. There are still certain things that they cannot find out. But I'm sure that the possibility of innovation of the human race is such that it will always enable criminal activities not at the level that it is right now. But this was something that actually made me think privacy in committing crimes. This is something that should not exist. But there can be no privacy if there is no privacy. And if there is privacy, then this cat and mouse game between thieves and that is criminals and the police has to continue. Alex? I would say something that might sound extreme. In the case of crimes, we would all prefer, of course, for criminals to be caught, because this is why we feel more comfortable and safer. But in history, also two things were declared crimes. There were many cases in which laws were unreasonable, unfair, unethical, and so on. And I hope that you will not misunderstand this. Well, this is going on YouTube, just for you to know. It's good to have the possibility to violate the law sometimes if the law is not as it is supposed to be. Because, as I've said, history is full of examples of sometimes absurd laws, and this is something, an attitude that we might have towards the legislators. If a law is adopted and it is pointless and absurd, then we need to have this possibility to disrespect the law if it is absurd, and if there is a mass of people who believe that it is absurd. So privacy is something that is good for those situations, and we should not give it up. And privacy to commit crimes is not necessarily a bad thing. But only in that context. Now this is incitement to the Commission. No, not at all. If I had this frame of mind, I would not have had a legitimate exchange office, crypto exchange office. I would have exchanged cryptocurrencies on the corner of the street. If we look at history, legislators usually want to keep a short leash when it comes to laws, and then people sometimes want to show them you've gone too far. I want to. Is this the end? Can we hear Hanan, perhaps?
Discussion on this is a really vivid discussion. It might be a bit off the topic what we talk about, but what's your opinion on the future? Is there any kind of is there a bright future for this kind of what we just thought, or is it just a reflection to the question from the audience? If you have anything.
I wasn't expecting this. Like, there is a lot of enthusiasm really about crypto, and I just want to keep saying that it's not exactly the same thing as blockchain. I do believe in emerging tech and the opportunity it presents, and we do find it very hard to identify the opportunity when we are at the forefront of innovation. Like, I would say the business model of the internet is probably going to be replicated as we speak about, blockchain or crypto, which seems to be, the favorite topic of discussion. We just need to understand, how it can add value to everything that we're doing. But I would say we focus on missing link, because by now we have a few lessons from deploying internet as a technology, and we should use best practices to apply them in a way that will derive its value and reduce a little bit of the skepticism. So on the one hand, I see the long way to go, because there is so many people that need to be part of this discussion, and I would say many stakeholders. And one important part is to demystify, the current reputation of crypto, because it did build a certain reputation that is very difficult to brush off, simply because of so many complex other issues. So I would say that there is a little bit of political, power play in the whole topic as well. So it's not about only having this enthusiastic or positive overview on the future, but we also need to keep in mind what's in play at the moment, and the discussion is much wider than actually just being concerned about the limitation of emerging technology or by how it is compatible with, for example, the notion of privacy or the notion of maintaining innovation. So I would hope that we expand a little the discourse to include, other aspects that would help us clarify, certain issues about, blockchain, crypto, both advance in conversation, because we say so far about all these criteria, the functionality, the compatibility with the currently implemented regulation is something that I feel we have been talking about. And I think we're beyond the enthusiasm about the technology. We have to
be
jump to the next
enthusiastic,
level.
but we have to go beyond. I totally understand. Thanks, Renan. And since we are near the end, just to kind of extend my thanks for you for being with us online, and of course we will call you for the next event for sure. And on this note, we are close to the end. So.
I will allow you to reflect a little bit on everything that has been said at the end. Well, I can say something with regard to that question. I think that in that field, the legislator and the investigative authorities will try to narrow down freedom, privacy as much as possible. And of course, this will be justified by some higher goals. We were taught at the university that the socialist dogma is that the laws are an expression of the will of the majority. But the laws do not necessarily have to be an expression of will of the majority. They can also be opposed to such a will. And I think that in some 5 or 10 years, we will go beyond that in 5 or 10 years, because we can see that the level of regulation is even greater among governments in the world. And as for blockchain technology and cryptocurrency, I think that this topic will be even more present as the presence of the blockchain increases in our lives, and it will be necessary. Well, I don't know whether to change the legislative framework, but as I've said, at some point there are no authorities or guidelines in charge of the implementation of regulations in that respect, and we should go along those lines. Small digression. Tell me something. The term digital asset in our law, is it regulated well? Just briefly, if you can. As Alexander said, I think that the regulator should be more efficient and better, and then I think that this definition is quite wide and abstract, and it can probably serve the purpose, but the implementation of the law and the law itself can sometimes differ. What would I like to say? Well, crypto is or is not anonymous. That's the question of secondary importance. But playing with cryptocurrencies helps people learn how to get much more privacy than outside the regular technology. I've rushed a little bit with the criminal offenses. Let me give you a few other examples. Owing to this technology, for example, it would be possible for a Jewish family to flee Nazi Germany by memorizing 24 words and have everything that they had otherwise lost. You could organize a protest and ensuring that Not all who are there are recognized by cameras and stripped of all of their assets using technology. This makes it possible for the citizens to get back part of their rights, which due to the issues of comfortability or progress, they have lost. And this is this progress. I would follow up on this. I've already said that cryptocurrencies are the only type of assets that can be kept in different places at the same time. And if you keep it properly, it's probably the only type of assets that's the most difficult to steal. And I follow up on what Rasko has said in our struggle to keep our privacy and our rights. We have never had such mobility of assets. A simple example, when Taliban came to power in Afghanistan, you can imagine an opponent of the Taliban regime who has a lot of money in the bank, who might have said, well, I'm fleeing Afghanistan and taking all my money with me. Well, it cannot be done. But if you have 24 words, then this person can take away all of their assets without anybody being able to prevent them from doing that. And although we can take our assets wherever we go so easily, we get more liberty in choosing the place where we're going to live. We also have this problem with the negative birth rate, and actually with the lowering of the number of participants. And at some point, states will probably try to win us over and to provide us with the best possible conditions in order to attract us to live there. And if I can take all of my assets with me, if it turns out that the country which has introduced Bitcoin as the official currency, they will, in that case, signal their neighbors, why wouldn't you start that? And then the citizens would say, well, why are they smarter than we are? 5 years ago, we were down below, and now they are above us, and we should try and get above them. So I hope this positive competition will get us to a better situation than where we are, because things do not look too well when we look at the situation with privacy. Thank you, Alex. Thank you all. This was a panel on privacy and blockchain. Since we have gone through our time, we will go away quickly. Thank you all once again.
Svima ispred partnera Srbija, zahvaljujem se.
Thank you all on behalf of Partner Serbia, all of you who watched us online and those of you who are here. For those of you who are watching us online, we want to tell you that this is the last panel that you could watch online, but we do not end here when it comes to us who are present physically. We have another panel discussion, and I'm inviting all of you who are here to stay for this panel. I expect this will be a great experience.